Sadly, Doug,
Yeah.
the quesarito is no longer an option at Taco Bell. Its last day on the menu was April 19th.
Oh.
Yeah. But the good news was that they brought back the double steak grilled cheese burrito and also the bacon club chalupa.
Fire up.
Yeah, well, here's something maybe you would have liked, although it's limited to residents of Knoxville, Tennessee. The cheesy chicken crispanada. Described as a pastry shell filled with savory shredded chicken and a blend of melty cheeses, it's served hot with a side of spicy ranch for $3.49.
I like chicken and I like spicy.
Yeah, that sounds really good. Oh, Taco Bell fans in Birmingham, Alabama will be the first to try the $2 double stacked tacos in 3 different flavors: Nacho Crunch, Cheesy Chipotle, and Sweet Scorpion.
Wow. You put the name Scorpion in something and
Yeah, well,
implies some heat.
you've got something there, right?
Apparently, Gator, people are texting that you can only get the quesarito on the app. I'm looking right now.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Can you still get it?
Apparently it's just the app, so let's find out. I have the app, but you won't get the app anyway.
I don't have
get
the
the
app. I don't have the app. And it says this article, it's actually from the Today Show, says that it's done.
Yeah, it's done off the main menu, but if you have the app, you can get it.
Weird.
If that's true, why would they take it off the main menu but
Wait,
keep it on the
wait,
app?
wait,
Like, I
wait,
can
wait.
still order it, but I can't do it in the drive-thru?
Because they want you to get the app, man.
Are you telling me that this might be the thing that gets you to get the app? Is that where you are?
I don't know.
Watch that commercial one more time.
He hates. So the way I understand it, you hate being held hostage and told you got to get the app to do
Yeah,
this,
I
correct?
do. I mean, I'm this close to getting Paramount Plus. I'm
the
that
thing
close.
about-
Because I haven't seen the prequels to Yellowstone. The show with Sylvester Stallone, the King of Tulsa, or whatever that's it, the Tulsa King, whatever. I started watching the first couple episodes of that when it was free. I got kind of into it. You have the one with Jeremy Renner, takes place on the west side of the state here. Was it Mayor of Kingstown or whatever? That looks great. There's stuff I want to see, so I'm that close. Now,
Let's
if you're
just-
asking me, Doug, are you asking me if the quesarito is going to get me to sign up for the app?
Can I stop you for a second?
Yeah.
Kang, why do I feel like this is an important moment in Gator's life?
It's got to be part of the app just so we can get the app. I need my man to just continue moving forward and progressing.
Yes, this is. I think we've reached a bit of a big moment for you.
The only restaurant apps I have on my phone, I was forced during the pandemic to do the Chipotle app. I was forced, and I did not like that. I still don't appreciate that. And the other one it actually is tremendously convenient, is Tropical Smoothie Cafe.
Boom.
And I use that app at least once a week. So, Kang, did you find out?
I don't want to lie to you. I have not found it. If someone could just text me.
I don't think it's available.
Yeah, that's Ticket Text says it's available on the app, but I can't find it.
Well, remember the Mexican pizza was coming back, but you had to have the app. You could get it
could
early
get it
with
early,
the app.
yeah.
Early access, but now
It's
you can
like
get
they
it.
made it available to people who had the app on Monday, but it wasn't available to the general public until Wednesday. Gator stood his ground. He stood his ground. He's a man of principle. But this might be it, huh?
I'm just checking something. So the quesarito, which has only been available through the Taco Bell app or online over the last few months, I think it's done.
Do you? Well, we tried. Okay, I mentioned it before the break. Diana Rossini is at Jets camp, OTAs. She tweeted out 17 minutes ago, Aaron Rodgers off to the side, favoring his ankle,
What?
checking it, something clearly not right. And there's a picture of him with 2 non-uniformed Jets personnel. Then she tweets again. Rodgers joins the rest of the offensive group, no helmet. And there's a video of him standing there while the quarterbacks in helmets are going through drills.
Is there another video of him chastising the Jets personnel, saying, "This is why I don't do OTAs"? No.
Not yet. Not yet.
Not yet. Yeah.
A-Raj, tweaked ankle, day one. Sometimes things are indicative of what the future holds. Let's hope this is one of them.
I think he's faking it.
So he doesn't have to do OTAs?
Yep.
I guess it's possible. I guess
Weird
it's
dude,
possible.
right?
Yep.
I don't think he's faking it, but I think he's, what is he, 39, 40 years old?
He is, I thought he's 38, but yeah, he's in that ballpark.
He's getting up there where every day you wake up, something else starts to go, what? What is that?
Well, it's
What is
because
this thing?
it's because you do dangerous things like sleep,
Right.
roll over.
Right. Step out of bed. Put on
Anything-
a sock.
Anything can happen when you're, well, he's 39. Anything can happen when you're 39.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, he's had a number of injuries over the last several years. He's missed playing time over the last several years. This was not, I mean, it wasn't a slam dunk that it's going to look, he could play all 17 games. This is, I think, a very minor setback. But to think that and expect him to play all 17 games in this season, that's pushing it.
Yep.
It's pushing it. A healthy Aaron Rodgers should still be quite a difference maker over what they had last year with Zach Wilson or anybody else that was playing quarterback for them.
Oh, of
They
course.
still won, what was it, 7 games or 8 games they won last year? They have a great defense. They've added a lot of pieces offensively, and now they've got the quarterback that should be good enough if they can protect him. But if you can't protect him, then that's not good.
Problems. 248-539-9797. So Aaron Rodgers, look, it's just an ankle. We had, it was Jahmyr Gibbs and Brian Branch.
Yep.
Both had minor injuries that held them out of that rookie minicamp.
Yes. Are they participating in OTAs? Because that was just
I don't think it's
like
been reported yet.
a week and a half ago, right?
Yeah. So when that happens, I'm not, this isn't a pitcher feeling soreness in their arm, but 2 rookies sitting out a minicamp practice is a little bit different than a 39-year-old quarterback that's been given the world coming up lame with an ankle on day one.
Yeah. Well, it's day one. Let's see. Day 2 is he got the helmet back on. Wouldn't surprise me.
Gator, I'm going to root for it being worse than that. But you're right. You're right.
What I wanted, but it's interesting what could happen there in New York. But shifting focus back to Detroit because it's the OTAs here that we're caring about.
Yep.
What do you want to hear? Like, what's the story that you want? First of all, I want to hear that everybody's there. Like, I don't want to hear that there are some stragglers that didn't feel like coming to the OTAs. I get it. They're not voluntary. They're voluntary workouts. They're not involuntary workouts. They're voluntary workouts. But when you've got a young team like this, I'm hoping that everybody, all hands are on deck.
Well, we'll talk about OTAs coming up at 12:16. In the meantime, I just saw something very funny on Twitter. So I'm looking to see if any of the Lions beat guys have reported anything. And so Dave Burkett, then I went to Colton Pouncey's Twitter, who covers the Lions for The Athletic. Brandon McManus, the kicker for the Denver Broncos, tweeted, "The Broncos have informed me I've been released. More to come in the following days." Colton Pouncey responds, "Source?"
Do you get a better source than that?
Actual
Than the
player
actual
says
player?
have been released.
I just
At
got off,
Pouncey.
guys. I just got off the phone with the Broncos, and it seems that Brandon McManus has been cut. Per who? Per Brandon McManus.
Pouncey, source, question mark. Very clever. All right, let's get to the Lions OTAs and some key questions one beat writer asked. Key things to look for. We'll get to that at 12:16 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, after hearing the news of the quesarito no longer being a menu item, I feel compelled to toast the fond memories of the quesarito. And if you're going to toast with your friends, toast with Flying Ace Spirits bourbon. Why? It's a small batch American-made bourbon. It's blended in Holland, Michigan. It's part of the Coppercraft family. It is delicious, artfully crafted for the brave of heart. Flying Ace Bourbon is a tribute to the American airmen of World War I and Michigan's rich history of producing some of the finest aviators and airplanes in the world. Flying Ace is a bourbon that pays homage to both. What it is a blend of aged whiskeys. It's got notes of caramel, toasted rye, vanilla, and ripe stone fruit, and it is a versatile spirit as you can drink it straight, on the rocks, do shots with your friends, or how about you have it with your favorite mixer? With me, ginger ale. Ginger ale and bourbon is delicious, and Flying Ace Spirits bourbon is perfect for that. It's the everyday drinker that you want, right? It's smooth, and it's also very unpretentious. There's no gimmicks. It's just great, straight ahead, approachable American whiskey from the Maverick at heart. And listen, at only $30 a bottle, it's not going to bust your budget at all. Try it for yourself. You're going to love it. Follow at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram, and you can stay up to date on all their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Hope you're having a good day. 248-539-9797. Got an amazing story about somebody who lost something and 13 years later found it. Get to the details of that coming up at 12:50. In the meantime, OTAs, Lions, things to watch for. These are workouts that are voluntary, but they will, I think they start Thursday, actually. Thursday. But Dave Burkett did a story of the Free Press, 5 things to watch. Are you ready?
I am.
Let's go over these 5 things to watch. We start with this, Tracy Walker's return. Of course, he suffered the Achilles tendon injury back in week 3, and we all know that obviously missed the rest of the season. So he was an asset. He's a good player. I do wonder if the back of my mind where he stands in terms of their pecking order with the addition of Brian Branch, if healthy, he and Kirby Joseph are the starters, right?
Yes, Tracy Walker and Kirby Joseph should be the starters if he's healthy, if he's ready to go. And apparently he's looking pretty good, I guess. And has the same injury, with the Achilles that Okudah had, and Okudah was able to play.
Romeo Okwara?
I think so.
Yeah, and Okwara's took a little bit longer.
Right.
Look, this is a player that is, I would think a critical part of the secondary. He's 28 years old. I want to look at his game logs and see how much time. I mean, in his career, he played 16, 13, 15, 15, and 3. So he's been pretty healthy. I don't suspect he's a cut candidate.
No, I think he's a plus player. And they just gave him didn't they just give him the contract going into last year?
Well, he's got 2 years left. He signed a 3-year contract. So, yeah, it was going into last year. He signed a contract. There's a potential out for 2024. So it could be 2 years. It could be a 2-year contract. It doesn't say. I'm trying to figure out who the out's for, the team or the player.
But it sounds like, Brian Branch has all this versatility being a safety or being a corner, and it sounds like Brian Branch is going to start off being a slot corner. But has the versatility to go anywhere, but that they're listing him as a cornerback on the roster, so not necessarily candidate to start at safety. Joseph is a playmaker. He's going to be there, and Tracy Walker has experience. As long as he's healthy, he should be the guy that's starting.
So there are other injured players that we're going to keep an eye on, and this is point number 2 in the things to watch in OTAs. Halapoulivaati Vaitai and Emmanuel Mosley. These are 2 players that are expected to start if healthy. Mosley tore his ACL early last season with the San Francisco 49ers. He's expected to start once he's healthy. There has been no timetable on his return. Vaitai, there have been rave reviews from teammates for his offseason work so far, that according to Dave Burkett. Vaitai's kind of forgotten man.
Yeah.
As is Levi Onwuzurike on the defensive side of the ball, which I don't think anybody's counting on at this point, but Vaitai is kind of being counted on.
Vaitai is my X factor for the team because if he's ready to go, he's an upgrade over what they've had. Mm-hmm. He didn't play last year, injury-filled first year with the Lions. He's somebody they were counting on. He wants to be part of this team. He took a pay cut to stay part of this team. I think the team really likes Hal Vaitai, and I'm expecting big things from him. If I'm hoping he's healthy enough and that he's 100%. If he is, it seems like there's no weakness on the offensive line. And that would be amazing to look at that line and say, these are the 5 starters. If they can all stay healthy for the season. I know there's going to be maintenance done with Ragnow because of the injury he's going to be playing through with probably for the rest of his career. But it seems like this is a really good offensive line, certainly on paper. When you start looking at the stats and all this and that, this line looks like it's a top 5 line in the National Football League. There was a story, I think it was The Athletic, over the weekend that was talking about the Lions' running game and how it can actually be better because of the players that they have. That the plays that were blocked by the line last year should have gotten more yardage than they did.
Really?
And the reason was because Jamal Williams and it doesn't have that step that these other guys do. David Montgomery is an upgrade over Jamal Williams. Jahmyr Gibbs has 4.36 speed. These guys should be able to get to the hole quicker than what Jamal Williams did. And DeAndre Swift, obviously, you just couldn't count on him. DeAndre Swift averaged 5.5 yards a carry last year. That's awesome. But you couldn't count on him and didn't always run the right way. And so you've switched out those 2, brought in these 2. The number they had, it was like the Lions running backs ended up getting 4.5 yards a carry, but the expected, and this is one of these Pro Football Focus stats, the expected average per carry was like 4.6. So they expected to get more out of what was blocked than what they did.
So, yeah,
Will this make the difference?
Gator just use a term, didn't always cut the right way. There seems to be some questions about the vision of DeAndre Swift and whether or not he really does see the hole. And I can think of a couple of plays last year where I'm like, ooh, there was more there.
Yeah. There was at least one play that the story had linked the video of this play that is blocked and is blocked beautifully to the left side. If he cuts left, then he can go right and cut left immediately and go straight up the middle. And he didn't. He strung it out to the right side. Now it's picking and choosing your spots to support your story. That's fine. And then they show the same thing with Jahmyr Gibbs back when he was at Georgia Tech, and it's really kind of the same kind of play. You can choose to go to the right side or go to the left. It's blocked to the left beautifully and then cut up the middle, and then Jahmyr Gibbs makes guys miss. And the article talked about how Jahmyr Gibbs makes guys miss every 4 plays. He's going to make somebody miss. Whereas Jamal Williams was 100 times, like 108 out of 900 and something carries, he made somebody miss. So it's 1 out of 9 as opposed to 1 out of 4. Big difference.
Okay, next up, rookie report. 4 draft picks expected to play key roles: Gibbs, Branch, Jack Campbell, Sam Laporta. I was thinking about these 4, and we all, it's been well documented that these guys have expectations. Which one of the 4 do you think is going to have the hardest time starting / making an impact? Jahmyr Gibbs, Jack Campbell, Brian Branch, Sam Laporta.
I think it comes in stages. I think that Laporta, starting off, I don't expect much, but by midseason, I expect a lot. I think he's got to build. He's the one that's going to have a long road to go because he has to build up the trust with the quarterback before he can really be an impact player. It took Amon-Ra St. Brown a little bit to do that, and he had a ton of opportunities because of all the injuries to the wide receivers when he first came in. So I think for Laporta, it's going to be difficult initially. Brian Branch, it's a slot corner position. They just need corners. They need healthy guys, so he's going to get every opportunity. I feel like there's going to be a ton of pressure on Jack Campbell, but I don't think Jack Campbell cares about pressure. Jack Campbell seems like he's so tightly wound and loving football, and all he wants to talk about is football, that I think he'll be fine. And Jahmyr Gibbs, I expect Jahmyr Gibbs to be special.
I think it's Branch that's going to have the hardest time making an impact. And it's not because I don't like him as a prospect. It's a look at all the veterans they've got all of a sudden. Early in the Dave Burkett story, it said Mosley's expected to start. Cameron Sutton was obviously brought in to start. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, I would think, is a potential starter. Tracy Walker's expected to be healthy. Kirby Joseph is back there. And Branch is Jerry Jacobs is the forgotten man who actually played pretty damn well. And you've got Branch, who's like listed as a corner. They're looking at it as a slot guy, but that's where C.J. Gardner-Johnson may play. I know Cam Sutton took snaps there last year for Pittsburgh. There's so many veterans now in the secondary. The secondary, you talk about a focal point in the offseason, that was it. With 3 veterans brought in, with a player that's drafted, and with a returning starter in Tracy Walker, there could be 5 different guys in uniform in the secondary than who finished the year last year. And I just don't know that the opportunity is going to be, as much as they love Branch, I'm just not sure that he's going to be able to beat out one of those veterans for playing time.
He may not, and that's a good point to bring up. Mosley's injury is one that you don't know where he's at, and I guess he hasn't really been talking about how far along he is. But that's when you got to see once they hit real training camp, is he going to be a participant or not? And if he's held out for a little bit, then that can give you a little bit of an indication that, okay, it's going to take a few weeks for him. Maybe he starts the year on the PUP list, and that's where the opportunities come for Jerry Jacobs or Brian Branch. And Jacobs would have the leg up because he's been part of the system for a couple of years.
248-539-9797. All right, there's 2 more things on the what to look for list at OTAs. We'll get to that today at 12:31. Plus, a little bit later this hour is lost for 13 years. It's been found. Would you still want it? Not at 12:50. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. Okay. Talking a little Lions with OTA starting this week. And Dave Burkett, friend of the show, put it together for the Free Press, did a 5 things to watch for. They also did one on DetroitLions.com. I'll see if there's anything interesting there to add to it. Might be some redundancy, as maybe some of these things are obvious. We've gone over Tracy Walker's health coming back, other expected starters, Emmanuel Mosley and Hal Vaitai. What will the extent of their workouts and be? How much will they be active? The rookie report, Gibbs, Branch, Campbell, and Laporta, 4 guys that have an expectation this year. Point number 4 is J-Mo's development. Williams played sparingly as a rookie. In his return from a torn ACL last year, he appeared in 6 games. He had more drops, 3, than catches, 1, and was suspended 6 games this offseason for gambling on non-NFL games from an NFL facility. Lions are counting on Williams to be a big part of their offense once he returns in late October. So at this point, right, it's not about the suspension because he's allowed to practice. It's time to start looking great. I don't want to set the bar too high or be unrealistic about it, but we're talking about a guy who's much as expected. And he has sat it out. He sat out with the ACL. He made it back onto the field. So here we are 5 months later. I mean, it's full go, right?
Yeah, this is another one you want to hear, that he's built up trust with his quarterback, and that the quarterback, really what you want to hear, because you expect that there's an issue with catching up to the great electric speed of Jameson Williams. What I want to hear is that Jared Goff has had no problems in timing his passes to Jameson Williams, and that just resonates throughout the OTAs, throughout the mini camp, the mandatory mini camp they'll have in a few weeks, and then when they actually go to training camp. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear that those guys are developing something. I want to hear that the receivers as a whole are working together and they all support each other. I want to hear good things about the receiving core, because I think the questions are going to linger going into the regular season. Do the Lions need to add another receiver before the season starts? Yep. Because you're without J-Mo for 6 weeks. You've got, downside of his career, Marvin Jones. You've got Amon-Ra St. Brown. And then you've got other guys that are nice pieces to have, a Khalif Raymond. It's nice to have a Josh Reynolds, but these aren't, guys that you're expecting to have monster
players,
years.
Not great players.
So do the Lions need to think about adding somebody like a DeAndre Hopkins type or something like that?
All right, and the final thing to watch for, Dave Liss, is Cover Me, the defensive backfield this offseason, signing Mosley, Cam Sutton, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, free agent deals, and trading up for Branch early in the second round. And with Walker expected back, the Lions could open the season with 4 new starters in the secondary. That's why it's fascinating that they open with Kansas City. This new secondary will get taken out for a test drive day one. Day one. And we'll get a better sense for if they did the right things.
Well, it's sink or swim, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's right off the bat, you're throwing right into the fire.
I don't feel like we would be reading too much into it, too, because it's not like a bunch of rookies getting thrown out there.
No, it's not. But it's about, guys in the secondary feeling comfortable playing with each other for the first time, because they would all have 3 weeks of doing that, really, or 4 weeks doing that in training camp. But if the Lions start off in Kansas City and make life kind of miserable for Patrick Mahomes, I mean, Katie bar the door on the expectations if that happens, because that means that the defense, way ahead of the game, what you thought they were going to be. We all expect the offense to be really good, but the defense, Kang and I were talking about it yesterday. If the defense is just average, if they're middle of the pack, okay, giving up 21 points a game. Their offense last year scored over 26 points a game. I think the offense is potential to be much better if I add a field goal on that and make it 29, which would have been tops in the league last year, but wouldn't have been tops in years past. Many teams have had over 30 points a game. But if they get 29 a game and give up 21 a game, you get beyond that one score realm of that 7-point gap, and it's an 8-point gap, and that's huge. And you would expect that's a team that's winning 12, 13 games.
All right, so I mentioned that the DetroitLions.com had a 5 things to watch for list as well. It was much the same with one exception. At the end, they put in second-year leaps. These are guys in year 2 that could take big jumps forward. Obviously, Aiden Hutchinson had a pretty damn good rookie season. The robo-rusher. Josh Pascal, healthy. Josh Pascal was an interesting draft pick. A little bit higher than the mock drafts had him to go, but we know not to overreact to that.
Yep.
But that means the Lions held him in high regard. Kirby Joseph had a great second half of the season. Not a good second half. He was great the second half of the season. I think there's a player that could be poised to explode, and that's James Mitchell, the tight end. I've always been a fan. He was a big play threat. He didn't have the volume that Brock Bowers has at Georgia, but he had similar yards per catch, big play capability as Brock Bowers, who is going to be a first-round, probably top 10 pick in this coming draft. Malcolm Rodriguez. Malcolm Rodriguez had a promising rookie year, but not an elite, but there's some promise there.
And now he's got competition.
Yes, he does.
So how much does that push him?
And then James Houston.
James Houston is a massive question mark.
Kirby Joseph and James Houston burst onto the scene the second half of the season and looked like exceptionally good finds. And now they have a chance to go out and build off that. Not everybody does, okay? Expecting everyone to work out is foolish. But who's going to take that big step forward to the second-year guys?
James Houston is the guy I'm looking at closely to see how he does. I mean, was it a fluke? Or is this what you expect? And now that they've got the room is expanded a little bit because now you got a healthy Romeo Okwara, bringing everybody back basically. It's going to be tough to get that playing time. Everybody's going to be vying for it because everyone wants to pin their ears back and get it after a quarterback. To be a pass rusher in the NFL, to know what your role on a team is. My role is solely to get to that quarterback. It's got to be rewarding, and also it's got to be pressure-filled at the same time. Because if you don't, somebody else behind you is going to take that same shot. You don't have a whole lot of responsibility other than get to the quarterback. And James Houston did it effectively last year with the Lions, and obviously in college he was prolific at doing it.
Am I dumb for not completely giving up on Levi Onwuzurike?
No, there's nothing wrong with leaving the shred of hope that he can do something. The problem is it's a back injury, and those are always very, very tricky, right?
Yep.
That's what Vaitai had, right? A back injury, and missed all of last year. And
loved his college tape, and he's so quick off the snap. And
the thing that has me rooting for Onwuzurike is that the Lions were so in love with Onwuzurike. Mm-hmm. The Brad Holmes was just amazed by this guy in his film in college. And this was the guy that they wanted. They were going to trade up to get him. They're going to move back into the first round and take Levi Onwuzurike, and people had to talk him down. So don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. And then he wanted to move up in the second round. No, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. They didn't. They got him, and they were thrilled that they got him. And then he's hardly played. And he's a big body. They brought in other big bodies, and it's big opportunity for him. But I haven't lost all hope, and he still has a chance.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm just holding on. Like, he doesn't do you any good to release him. It doesn't.
No,
you may as well. He's very, very cheap in terms of his contract. So if he can give you anything, there's no reason to get rid of him. But all right, it's missing for 13 years. If you found it, would you want it? We'll get to that today at 12:50. 97.1 The Ticket. Have you been to happy hour at Twin Peaks yet? No one does it better. First of all, the food's outstanding because it's not heat and serve. There are people in there bright and early every morning preparing fresh food for you. And the happy hour deals, man, they're good. From 2 to 6 and 10 to close, Monday through Thursday, they offer up some of the best deals in town. Specials range from $2 to $5 on a wide variety of food and drinks. And you can get a 22-ounce, 29-degree draft paired with a shot, an app, and tacos for under $20. You heard that right. Under $20. Bring your friends from work and post up. Not a bad way to close out your workday before you head home. Not to mention all these great specials are all brought to you by your favorite Twin Peaks girl. Sign up for the E-Club, and you can score free stuff and stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today and to find the location nearest you. Go watch the Tigers tonight and take advantage of these great specials. Go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. car, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. I was off yesterday. Quite a story about NFL's expecting another round of gambling suspensions.
Yeah, second, they have an ongoing investigation is the report.
Mm-hmm. So,
surprised.
if there were more Lions to come, right? It wouldn't be. We would have known about it, right? It's not like they came in. You'd think they would have got everybody when they came in and suspended.
I feel like they do it team by team.
Maybe.
Let's hope, because there were so many Lions the last time around, and only one non-Lion the last time around. But I said at the time, it doesn't smell right that it's only the Detroit Lions so far, and then Shaka Tony, I think, was the other player that have been busted by this. So I'm expecting the other shoe to drop, and I think there might be another one after that. I mean, if there's a second round, but as Ken astutely pointed out, last year there was only one.
Yeah, well,
And Calvin Ridley.
one thing about
Actually, there was two. There was another player involved as well, but Calvin Ridley was the big name.
the one thing about legal gambling is all this stuff is traceable now. You're not likely to get away with it.
Well, if you're betting on the NFL games, then you're just stupid. All right, you deserve your 1-year suspension and get out of there. You deserve the 6-game suspension too, because you should know what the rules are. You're allowed to bet. You just can't bet on football. So you can bet on non-NFL games, but you just can't do it from an NFL facility.
Mm-hmm.
You do that, you're getting in trouble. So, I mean, it's almost like you want to confiscate the phones from all the players as they walk onto any NHL property, right?
Yep.
Hey, you're in Allen Park. Kindly leave your phones at the front, because nothing but trouble can happen if you use them.
I remember the first time when I was working Michigan games, and I realized that when the team walked in the locker room, they had this giant cubby with a number next to each one. They all slid their phones into their cubby and left them and went and played the games and then came back afterwards and grabbed their phones on their way out. Wouldn't be surprised if NFL teams had something like that. But bottom line, I'm looking at this one going, well, we've already been hit. Maybe another team, maybe an opponent gets hit. I don't like making fun of this stuff or making light of this stuff, but did you see the latest from Jets camp?
What? More on Aaron Rodgers? What?
Aaron Rodgers left practice favoring an ankle. When he returned to the field, he didn't have his helmet. A reporter that covers the Jets for the New York Post, Brian Costello, just tweeted out the following at this hour. Alan Lazard was down on the ground with trainers around him, but just walked off the field. Mm-hmm.
Another teammate of Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yep. I thought so. Okay. So I mentioned this story a couple times. Gator, there's a woman in Minnesota, Mary Strand, and her husband, Dave Strand. They co-owned a sewer and drain cleaning business. Okay, that's their background.
Okay.
Strands own a sewer and drain cleaning business. 13 years ago, Dave, the husband, gave Mary, the wife, a upgraded wedding ring. So got her a new ring.
Yep.
But he didn't get it sized properly.
Oh, and it fell off her finger?
It was a little bit loose
Yeah.
on her finger. And 13 years ago, she had been using their family bathroom in the basement. She reached over to flush the toilet, and the ring fell in as she was flushing the toilet. Quote, "I'm watching this ring swirl. I dove for the ring, and it went down the drain." Okay?
That's tough.
I remember this is a couple, these couples own a drain.
Well, this is what so their business is cleaning drains. That's right.
Yep.
Good point, Doug. Should be able to retrieve that.
All right, so they searched the toilet, shaking it to see if the ring was stuck inside. They even ran a camera down the toilet, but saw nothing, and they wrote it off. Well, in March, a wastewater treatment worker with the Twin Cities Municipal Council found the ring buried in grit and muck.
Muck?
Yep.
Don't want to describe what the muck is.
About 25 miles northwest of their home.
Migrated.
Yeah.
Sounds like Shawshank.
The maintenance
It went
worker.
through 25 miles of muck to find freedom up by Duluth, Minnesota.
I can't even imagine. The maintenance manager told a reporter. Reporter went public with this story. They were able to match up her ring with the couple. The Metropolitan Council's general counsel returned the ring to its owner, warning her that the ring looks much different from what she remembered. That's my ring. Oh my gosh, that's my ring. It's nice to see it.
Because of the muck?
I don't know, man, but it's been 13 years with the muck.
Going upstream and nothing but fecal matter.
So the question is, yep or nope?
Yeah, I think that's, look, you're a parent of 3 kids, right, Doug?
Yep.
And Kang, you're a parent of 2 young girls. Doug's further away removed from this than you are, Kang. But you guys have both changed enough diapers in your day that you've gotten close enough to the quote unquote muck.
Yes.
You've done some finger painting, I'm sure. Accidental finger painting. It shouldn't bother you. You can clean it up, hose it down, do whatever you've got to do to clean out off the muck, right? You're talking about a wedding ring. It's an expensive little piece of jewelry.
Sure is.
You know? So I think you're okay with cleaning. Anybody else that would say otherwise, then I guess you're chicken, I guess. But what's the harm in cleaning it?
So you would keep the ring.
Absolutely.
Kang, would you keep the ring?
Yes, I would keep the ring. Although it is very different what you do for your kids than random muck, right?
Yes.
Like, I mean, with
Yes.
my kids,
Your
I don't even
kids'
think
muck.
about it. Yeah, my kid, I'm like, whatever. It might as well be anything at that point. I don't even care anymore. It does not matter. It does not bother me. I'm not even fazed by what comes out of my kids. Now, random muck, I'll be thinking about it. you know?
Right?
But yes, I'll end up cleaning it off and having, wear it again, whatever, it's fine.
I mean, look, using the proper gloves, you're going to glove up, the full body condom. Of course, you're going to go into all this and then, touch it with nothing but plastic, drop it into some sort of sink that has the drain is plugged in there so you can fill up with the appropriate scalding hot water so as to disinfect anything that's going on. But yeah, you'll still take it, right?
What do you think I'm going to say?
I'm going to, you would have to. Yes.
Kang, what do you think I'm going to say?
I'm going to say yes, you would clean it up.
There is not enough disinfectant on this planet
What?
to make me put that thing back on. Not a chance.
Really? Because I felt the sentimental value, it wins
Right.
out in
Hey.
this situation.
I didn't say I'd get rid of the ring. I said I wouldn't put it on. I would put it in some case.
What do you encapsulize it or something? And
Yep. There's no way in hell I'd put that thing back on my finger.
What?
Nope.
come on,
Not a
Doug.
chance.
Seriously?
Dude, it's random muck. 13 years of random muck.
Yeah, that comes off in seconds.
Does it?
Yes.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Every last molecule.
Yeah, 99.9%.
Yeah.
It takes care of it. They got
What
product
was
for
that?
that.
What was that? How much?
99.99. They have to leave that room for error, I guess.
That room for error is why I'm not putting that
Oh,
thing
come
on my
on.
finger.
Yeah, that's gonna come get you. You're right. That's an excellent point.
Thank
We're
you.
not asking you to
That
eat it or put it in your mouth.
0.0001%. No, King, that 0.001%. That's enough. Doug's right.
Not a chance.
This was her ring, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't have to put it on. It's not yours. It's your wife. What would your wife say?
God, we should call her.
Would you think less of her? She said, yeah, I'm going to clean it and put it on, and we're going to hold hands.
And Doug's like, I'm just going to hold your right hand.
Your pinky.
Yeah.
Would I think yes less of her? Yep.
Wow.
I don't think she put it on. I think she
cleaned the hell out of it and by the way, have it professionally cleaned after you clean the hell out of it. Then you take it to some jeweler and you say, hey, I'd like to get my ring cleaned. They're like, well, it looks pretty clean. Clean it, please.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take 10 texts right now. Yep or nope, and give us your reasoning as to why. Would you want a ring that was flushed down the toilet, spent 13 years amongst the muck? Would you put it back on, even if you cleaned and disinfected it?
What's the average wedding ring? $10,000, $15,000?
I don't know. There used to be this rule that
Right, well, the
3
rules
months
are
your
now.
salary or something, right?
No.
Yeah.
A rule put out by the jewelers.
Right, but let's just put it at $10,000.
Yep.
You're going to literally flush $10,000 down the toilet and say goodbye.
After 13 years, I'm sure the ring's been replaced, and I will case it, and it'll serve as a memento, but I'm not putting the thing on my finger.
You know what sucks is after you clean it, no matter how hard you clean it, Gator.
You'll never forget.
No. Oh, yeah, of course you'll never forget.
Yeah,
but
do you know me to be mentally strong? Come on.
You know what everyone does right after they clean it?
Smell it?
Yep. You have to. You have to. You got to.
Does it still smell? No, it's good. It's good. Are we sure?
You know what?
You smell
I don't know. I don't know. What should you use? Use some kind of raspberry scent.
I guarantee no matter what it smelled like, it'd be like, nope, still smell muck. 248-539-9797. I'll tell you what the woman did, and we'll take 10 texts. Yep or nope.
And you're going to call your wife during the break?
I'll see if she can come on the air.
Oh.
Why not? 97.1 the ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. All right, here we go. Do I have anybody with me? Woman dropped her wedding ring down the toilet. It was found after 13 years, looking very different after spending 13 years in the muck. She actually got it returned by some sanitation workers 25 miles away. The question I have is, disinfectant, cleaner, would you put it back on your finger? And I'm in the no category. I wouldn't wear it. I wouldn't get rid of it, but I wouldn't wear it. Feedback coming in. Jeremiah in Ipsy says, yes, absolutely. Makes a great story. Zero worries about cleanliness after cleaning. Dan writes in, diamonds are forever, bro. Next text. Yup, absolutely. I would clean it up. It's as good as new. No harm, no foul. That's Marlon. Scotty P says, yup, because you can always sell it after you clean it. Oh, God.
What?
Would you have to disclose that?
No, why would you disclose anything?
I would want it disclosed. Doug's right. I put that ring in a Ziploc bag and place it with my 1940s coins. Next text. It's like the watch from Pulp Fiction.
Scold watch. Hello, little man. Battle of Wake Island. What a great scene. I mean, that scene from Pulp Fiction, it steals the movie, right? I mean, it's like, 3 minutes of Christopher Walken and it steals the movie because it just, you're like, okay, I'm listening. And then it gets to the end of the story and you're like, what did he just say? What was that? What happened? Where'd he hide it?
You almost feel like they built the whole movie around the idea. Okay, we got this story about a watch.
right.
And then they built the movie out from there.
Yeah.
So great.
It's a hell of a start. All right, I got to pitch you guys on the story.
Brady at work says, yes, I'd wear it. I'd clean it at least 5 times, and by then it's as good as new. How do you know the number's 5?
You said at least.
Okay, what if the number's 20?
Can't be.
What if the number's 50?
No, number's like 3. You could go a couple more past it. You're good.
Jeff in St. Clair Shores. Yep, it's metal and stone. Dave and Dexter, keep it. I paid for it. I paid for that. You are wearing that crappy ring.
No pun intended.
Yeah. Anybody that would not take the ring and reuse it is whacked. That's from Jim in Clarkston. Apparently, I qualify. Well, here's what she said. Now that she has it back, she's excited to wear it again. It's not quite ready, though, she said, telling she wants to get it reset. I'm just glad to have it back, she told the outlet. She's putting it on her finger. I texted my wife. I know she's in a conference today, so I'm not surprised. But I'll try and get an answer out of her, whether or not she wear it. Because I will tell you, in our family, I am not the clean freak.
That's frightening to know.
Yep.
Well, actually, I kind of probably knew that. But you don't put your feet in other people's shoes.
Well, no.
You buy your shoes online specifically because you're not going to put your foot into.
No, I don't like trying on shoes.
Some
Look,
shoe
there
at
are
a
times
store.
times it can't be avoided, but I don't want to put my feet where anybody else's stinky feet have been.
And your finger.
I'm not putting my finger on that ring on my finger. I'll tell you that.
But again, this was about her. This was about the wife's ring. This wasn't. I mean, you've got a band.
Yeah, and if it fell off and fell down the toilet and we found it 13 years later, I'm not putting it up.
You probably don't have a whole lot of. Do you hold it sentimentally? That ring on your finger?
Yes.
Do you?
Yes.
Apparently not that much though.
Well, no. I mean, look, it's what I would do is keep it. That's the sentimental part of me, but I just wouldn't wear it.
So you'd clean it
and keep it,
but never put it back on your finger.
Nope.
Would you give it to your children?
So I give them the choice. I mean, the thing about it is, like, after I'm gone, after Dad's dead and gone,
tell them the
here's
story.
Dad's poop ring.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. 248-539-9797. Alan's on 97.1. Hi, Alan.
Hi. How you guys doing?
Good. Thank you.
Hey, I'm a retired wastewater treatment plant operator, Ann Arbor, 27 years.
Here we go.
All about the grit. I know all about the grime.
Mm-hmm.
Tell you. So you know about cleaning.
Yeah. So the ring itself, the diamond would be fine, but the ring itself tumbling that many miles for that many years in the grit that the bandedness and the little part that holds the diamond on is probably all worn down to nothing.
But the diamond should be good. So you salvage the diamond. You just put it on and get a new band, then, right?
The diamond is good, and you know what I've seen in all those years. We found one diamond one time, and it was in the grit. And I think they got $200-300 for it.
I'm glad you said the word grit.
Yeah, grit. Anyway, what's worse than that? And I don't want to gross anyone out at lunchtime, but I'm gonna. Here we go. Is people would call the plant. They got sick, or by accident they knocked their upper, lower, or combination plate into the toilet as it was flushing, or didn't notice while they were steering the bus, so to speak. And they would call up and ask if we found or could find their dentures for them, or their bridge, or their retainer, or whatever.
Hold on. Would you clean that and put your retainer back?
No.
Would you clean your dentures?
That's different.
Why is it different?
That's totally different.
Why is it different?
Well, hey, it's not worth as much.
Exactly.
Kang, would you put your dentures in?
Yeah, it's just not worth as much, guys.
That's not worth it.
Yeah.
Think about
the
dentures.
resale value is
come
not
on.
high, yeah.
What are we talking about?
Uh-huh.
I mean, after 13 years,
Teeth have probably moved.
yeah, I've already got new teeth. What am I worried
But you
about?
clean it at least 5 times.
I don't need it, though. I already replaced it. I got new teeth.
Yeah.
I'm sure I replaced my wedding band.
No, Gator's got a new grill.
Yeah, clean the ring and sell it.
Wait, what did you say? Gator's got what?
A new grill.
Oh, it's like Mickey York's?
Got fronts.
Not like Mickey York.
I like. Oh, Mickey York's got fronts.
More like Little John.
What?
Yeah.
People are asking for their dentures back?
Nobody wants their dentures back. Come on. It's like, did you see?
Get used to smoothies.
Did you see the
Right?
movie Parenthood, Doug?
No.
You being a parent, I think you would enjoy Parenthood with Steve Martin back in
Dude,
the
there's
late 80s.
so many movies I'd enjoy.
There's a scene in Parenthood where one of the kids left the retainer when they went out to dinner, and they think that they threw it out. So they're going dumpster diving to find the retainer. And Steve Martin's like, "Why are we doing this?" And Mary Steenburgen plays his wife, and she says, "Well, these things cost $1,500. If you lost $1,500, you'd be looking for it." And he's like, "Okay," and they keep looking for it. That was a retainer in a dumpster. Now, dumpster is not the same as sewer muck,
No.
but I would have a hard
I'm
time.
not wearing a dumpster retainer either.
Hey, would you lie to your child?
No, I wouldn't put
Hey,
a dumpster retainer
We
back
found
in
a
their
retainer.
mouth.
We cleaned it up, and here it is. Where'd you find it? They found it. The restaurant returned it.
Couldn't
Where
do
was it? I don't know, but they returned it.
Couldn't do it. Sorry. I just couldn't do it. Dumpster retainers a no as well. Toilet retainers certainly a no.
What? Well, people have dropped their phones in a toilet.
Yeah,
I'm sure it happens all the time.
What about toilet phone, Doug?
Bye-bye. New phone.
Brand new.
That's why I got
You got
the
a brand new iPhone, and it drops in the toilet. You bring it out, you
gotta
take it
tell
out, you go with the whole rice spit, and then what?
one of the most fascinating, like one of the most exciting things, unexpected thrills of my life came when one of my kids' phones froze up. It said something about a SIM card. I walked in. They said, "Do you have the insurance?" I said, "I don't think so." And they said, "Well, let's look it up." You have the insurance, and replaced it free. If insurance covers toilet phone, new phone.
What if it doesn't?
New phone. Can't do it.
Is there anything, if dropped in a toilet,
If there's anything that's dropped in a toilet in my house, amongst my own filth, there might be something. I'd have to think about that. But 13 years in the muck, not a chance.
what if you had a child that was crying?
I got my iPhone 3. 13 years later, nope. Child was crying over what?
Because they dropped something in the toilet, and it meant so much to them.
Replace it. 248-539-9797.
All right, your kids are grown. Kang, your daughter dropped something in the toilet, and it means so much to her.
Yeah, I'm going to replace it.
You're
not
good.
tell her. I could even be like, "Hey, we're gonna get it cleaned, all right?" And really, I'm gonna throw it away and buy a new one.
There you go.
Fair enough.
248-539-9797. It's a haunting name in Detroit sports history, and it's back in the news. We'll get to that today at 1:16. 97.1 The Ticket.
Is your wife still ducking you?
She hasn't responded yet. I'm not surprised. Like I said, she's in a conference today. So
She should ask everybody involved in the conference.
yeah,
get a
my
consensus
husband
here.
has a question. Poop ring? Would you wear a poop ring?
I'm surprised this wasn't a big old tub of pretzels question of the day.
Actually kind of sounds like one,
Yeah.
doesn't it? So hey, by the way, you know something I was thinking about and maybe we need to take a look at this. We were talking earlier about the Colton Pouncey tweet that's so funny. Brandon McManus, the kicker from the Denver Broncos, sent out a tweet saying, I've been informed by the Broncos I'm being released, and Colton Pouncey responded with a question, source, which is hilarious because it was the source himself tweeting it out, and pretty amusing. Should the Lions be looking at Brandon McManus?
Well, I think they should consider anything that's an upgrade. If they think it's an upgrade, absolutely.
Right. I mean, where are we with Bagley? We in Camp Bagley? Kind of lukewarm towards him, right?
You know,
he wasn't bad.
No, he was fine for him.
It felt like he missed a couple kicks, like 2 out of 3 or
Badgley?
Badgley. You want to say Bagley? It's Badgley. Badgley, right?
Yeah.
It's Michael Bagley. Wasn't he an old NBA point guard?
We got Marvin Bagley.
I think there was a Michael Bagley too. But anyway, like this could be a future Lion.
If he couldn't get it done in Denver,
yeah. I mean, the question is why? Is it a money thing? McManus this past season went 28 of 36 on field goal attempts. Badgley went 24 of 28.
that's pretty good.
Yep. McManus was 18 of 23 from beyond 40 yards. 10 of 10 from 40 to 50, 8 of 13, 50 plus. Badgley was 9 of 11 from 40 to 50 and 2 of 3 from 50 plus.
I'm okay with Badgley.
I think I'd prefer McManus.
Why?
Long of 55, better from 50 plus. Actually, not better from 50 plus. Better from 40 to 50.
Was he? I thought our guy was 9 for 11. You said,
And Badgley was 10 of 10. So
Badgley was 10 of 10.
I'm sorry, Badgley was 9 for 11. McManus was 10 of 10. Yep.
Well, keep this in mind too. McManus was kicking in Denver.
And Badgley knows the playbook.
What? No, but McManus kicking in the thin air. It's ball goes further.
That's true.
You know, there's that.
Bring him in on Tuesday. Tuesday workout. Okay.
Was there a guy from Florida State, McManus, quarterback?
Might have been.
Sounds right.
Yeah.
Other than being a character in The Usual Suspects.
Is it?
McManus. Yeah.
Okay. I believe you.
You should.
I have no reason to doubt you. All right, you ready?
I am ready.
Okay. Carmelo Anthony retires. We know how this works. You cannot mention the name Carmelo Anthony in Detroit without many people feeling pangs of regret over what the Pistons did in the 2003
2003 draft.
2003 NBA draft. What the Pistons did was take Darko. In the immediate wake of that, they won an NBA championship in 2004. Darko had nothing to do with it. Carmelo Anthony went on to a career where he played in this league for like 18 years, led the league in scoring, was a 10-time All-Star, was a hell of a player, never won an NBA championship. I think we're all in lockstep here. If you could go back and do it all over again, would you? And this is one of the great debates. It's kind of an evergreen of Detroit Sports Talk Radio topics because anybody that lived through it, Darko is a moment in history that gets cited all the time. There are moments, some that resonate for years, and this is one of them. So I'm of the belief, and always have been of the belief, no, they won a championship. And in part, they won the championship because of the development of Tayshaun Prince, who played a very important role on that team and went on to have a fine career as a Piston. Carmelo was a great scorer, but would Carmelo have taken away playing time from Tayshaun Prince? And we can't answer that question. Here's what we can't answer. They won a championship. You never give them back, and when you get them, you hold them and cherish them. Because you know who thinks they're always going to win more than one title? Every team that wins a title. Think we're gonna do it again next year. Everybody says it at the parade, and everybody believes it. But when you get one, remember how tough they are to win. And I wouldn't give any of them back.
Yeah, I wouldn't give it back either, but you can make a strong argument, of course, of taking a guy who's a Hall of Famer, retired as the 7th all-time leading scorer in NBA history. He was a fantastic scorer, but was he a fantastic defensive player?
No.
Okay, that's why the Pistons won the championship. The going to work Pistons played great defense, and Tayshaun was a part of that. You wonder if they had, you bring that up, if they had Carmelo, is Tayshaun even playing? If they had Carmelo, do they go out and get Rasheed Wallace?
Right.
Is that part of it or not? I don't want to play the what if game. What I know is that they won a championship without drafting Carmelo Anthony. So I'm fine with it. It's kind of fun to think of the what if game, but you'll never know.
Never know.
And it would have changed the look of the team, and would that have been a look for the better or the same or worse? Don't know.
I'm not mad at anyone that feels opposite. I'm just giving you the reason why I wouldn't change it. And if you think they would have won multiples, I mean, good for you. Were there other things that would have happened down the road that, like, would they have traded for Rasheed Wallace? Would they have, had the same?
They weren't going to hold teams to 70.
No. No, they weren't.
I'll tell you that.
Not without Tayshaun playing all the time.
Yeah, I feel like us three are kind of in the minority. Like we would take Darko all over again because we won a championship, and they're so difficult to come by. When you get one, you never want to give one back. I mean, there's a saying that Gator you always use: never be afraid to give up the good for the great. But what if you already have? What would this be? Give up the great for the even greater,
right?
Maybe,
That's
and you
different.
just don't know. And I understand the argument where if you draft Carmelo, maybe you win multiples, because clearly Carmelo, Hall of Fame player, way better than Darko. But this is a team sport. And then when I hear Carmelo talk in podcasts now, though, and say things like he wished he would have been drafted by Detroit. He feels like we could have won multiple championships here. And this is, of course, knowing the fact that he hadn't won any, but feeling like he would have done the same, if not better, than what Tayshaun provided for the Pistons, because he's such a good basketball player. But we don't know the chemistry. We don't know, like you guys mentioned, if the Rasheed Wallace trade happens or not. I would just take my one championship, and ignorance is bliss on what happens if we would have drafted Carmelo. But I get it. Carmelo, better player, and you do have that chance of winning multiples.
Does it change? I'm sorry. Does it change at all if you throw Dwayne Wade's name instead of Carmelo Anthony? Like, nobody ever brings up Dwayne Wade. I mean, we all know that he was part of the class, but the automatic go-to is
because that
Carmelo.
was the debate back then was either Melo and Darko. It wasn't. I mean, people threw in Chris Bosh as well as another guy,
right.
but
if you're going to rewrite history and change it all up, why not go? You include anyone. Which one would have been the best fit for the Pistons?
I'd still take Darko. It's as
because
crazy
you
as that sounds.
you won. Absolutely.
You get the championship with Darko. You get development. I mean, it's Tayshaun, it's Rasheed. It's not just is Carmelo better than Darko. It's are the Pistons with Carmelo better than the Pistons with Tayshaun playing less minutes and maybe not a Rasheed trade.
And the thing is, it's not like they just won the one and went away completely. They're in the Eastern Conference Finals, the NBA Finals years, immediately after they won the
It
championship.
was like 5 straight years in the Eastern Conference Finals or something.
They just couldn't. I mean, we all know what Rasheed double teamed.
Yeah.
We all know Big Shot Bob.
Don't leave him open.
But they were still very competitive. But I just hate giving back championships.
Yep.
I just wouldn't do it.
After watching the game last night, do we feel at all better? I mean, I know I just had a reaction, and I think we all had a reaction thinking about Robert Horry knocking that shot down. But does anybody want to give Robert Horry credit that even if he was guarded, that he could still knock down the shot? Just like last night, Jokic completely guarded by Anthony Davis.
No.
You want to know? You want to think in your mind that there's no way he would absolutely would have. Don't you feel better though, knowing that he would have made it regardless?
No, not at all.
Kang?
No, he wouldn't have taken the shot because he's not Jokic.
But he was Big Shot Bob.
Yeah, he can hit the big shot, especially when wide open. And that's at that point, it was just reactionary. I mean, the ball comes to you, the man guarding you has left.
Yeah, right.
I'm just gonna shoot it then, right? What could have been, but it doesn't make me feel better, Gator. I think.
Right.
Does it make you feel better?
I'm trying to make myself feel better, man. Just because that shot from Jokic last night was ridiculous. Like, totally covered.
Yep.
What more can Anthony Davis do? and it just puts it in because Jokic.
248-539-9797. All right, writer for CBS Sports, NFL free agent matchmaker, and he's got a match for the Lions. We'll get to that today at 1:34. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. A variety of responses. It's kind of a name that is haunting in Detroit sports history. The name is Carmelo Anthony. He's announced his retirement. And, of course, the Pistons famously passed on Carmelo and Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh to select Darko Milicic, who never amounted to anything in the NBA. But in the immediate wake of that, the Pistons won an NBA championship, led by a player that got more playing time because they didn't have Carmelo, but one of the players. It wasn't the sole leader, but certainly the emergence of Tayshaun Prince was useful. From an unnamed texter, I just lost all respect for you guys. You really think we were better off with Darko? Like, WTF. Wow. SMH.
No, what I think is that I will take the championship they won because you can't take that away. We won the championship. There's no guarantees had they taken Carmelo Anthony or Dwayne Wade or Chris Bosh or anybody else in that draft that they would have won the championship.
I don't think any of us used the phrasing they were better off
No, did
with
not say
Darko than with Carmelo. We all said the same thing. What played itself out is something that was special, and I wouldn't give it back under the idea that they got a better player who in that better player in quotes career never won a championship and was the kind of player that maybe didn't help his team win even though he put the ball in the basket. But at the end of the day, no, I wouldn't give up the championship. That's the reasoning. Next one, go back and take Dwayne Wade. We still win a championship in 2004, and then when LeBron leaves Cleveland, he takes his talents to Detroit. Not so sure that's how it would have played out, but they won a championship with Rasheed Wallace. They also lost a championship because of Rasheed Wallace. I mean, kind of.
That's not fair.
No, it's not, because you go back to that game and go, well, why was it a one-shot game? Did anybody else do anything else ridiculous in the course of that game that it was a one-shot game?
I'm going to guess there's at least one more play that somebody missed a shot they shouldn't have missed.
Yep. Without Rasheed, they don't win, Carmelo or not. Yeah, if they have Carmelo, do they ever make the Rasheed trade? So, I hear you.
Now, the argument for maybe they would have been better off in the long term, or one more championships in the long run with Carmelo would be, is Carmelo mentally tougher than Darko was? Like, I don't think Darko could have handled the coaching that Larry Brown gave him, right? And then the leadership that the Pistons already had with Chauncey and Rip being there and Ben, would they have, kept things... We talk about culture fit all the time with the Lions. The Pistons were developing their culture then, and would they have been able to make Carmelo into a future superstar in this league with their leadership, and work ethic and things like that? I mean, that could have happened, of course.
Could have. I mean, he could have benefited tremendously with this first taste of NBA basketball being with a team that really sold out to play defense. So there's potential truth, but it's all speculative. It's all you just simply don't know. 248-539-9797. And then what if your championship ring fell into a toilet of random muck, Doug? I mean, these are all strong no's. Anything?
Clean it and sell it on eBay?
Maybe that would be the answer.
But you wouldn't be. I know you. You wouldn't wear a championship ring anyway. You would just have that on a display.
Yeah. It's not my style.
Or put on a big ass gold chain.
That's more his style.
That is his style.
All blinged out.
Yeah.
That's me. All right. I mentioned it before the break. CBS Sports, NFL Matchmaker, put together free agents and teams that make sense. The free agent for the Detroit Lions, Kenny Golladay.
Well,
I can hear the cheering out there right now. Kenny Golladay.
He is 29. He'll be 30 in November. Boy, the Giants really got a lot out of that signing. He had one touchdown in 2 years with the Giants. He caught 43 passes with the Giants for 602 yards. Complete bust over there.
Yep. Now,
can some of that be attributed to the quarterback? I'm sure, but most of that's on Kenny Golladay.
Yeah, look, this is one of those things where I don't have a problem with rolling the dice on some players at the right price and with a non-cumbersome contract, one you can get out of. I wouldn't bet on Kenny Golladay having a late career surge here. But, I mean, his best years were in Detroit, but it was not with this quarterback. Does that mean anything? Is there any reason that Kenny Golladay returning to Detroit would make any sense?
It makes sense if he can still play. I mean, would I kick the tires on it? Sure. This guy's 6'4". He certainly had ability when he played here. Fans loved him when he played here.
Mm-hmm. He's another example of a question that people asked all the time. Who does Stafford make better?
Right.
Well, Kenny Galladay's best years were in Detroit. And
with Matthew Stafford. Yeah.
So were Golden Tate's for that matter.
Yeah. So is he past his prime? Is he at the end of his prime? Is he in his prime? I mean, you make up your mind what you want to say with that, but he's a big receiver. They could use big receivers. And why not have him compete and see if he can beat out who's the 7th round pick that they got from Carolina?
Antoine Green.
Yeah. Can he beat him out? Or beat anybody else out? You're looking for depth at that position. You're without a wide receiver for the first 6 weeks of the year anyway. I mean, I don't have a problem kicking the tires and bringing him in and working him out and seeing if he's got something. And if they feel like they do, go ahead and sign him. But you're not breaking the bank to do it either.
Nope.
He got paid plenty by the Giants. So maybe money isn't a factor for Kenny Golladay. Kenny Golladay, if I can only imagine at this point, wants a chance to prove he belongs in this league, and it was just a bad situation for him in New York so he can get a contract somewhere else after a year.
So here's what is written about it. Almost nothing went right for Golladay once he cashed in on his Detroit emergence back in 2021 free agency, but the ex-Giants' big frame would be welcome as more of a secondary option now that the Lions have their sights set on a playoff run, especially with J-Mo suspended to start the year. Gator's another name associated with Detroit.
Yep.
That is Yannick Ngakoue to the Lions.
Yep.
This is a defensive end that last year had 9.5 sacks at the age of 27 for Indianapolis. The year before, age of 26 with Vegas, he had 10 sacks.
Yep.
In his career, he has 65 sacks in a 7-year career. Is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? 7-year career. Gas in the tank there. That makes some sense.
Well, here's the thing. Yes, this one makes sense. I don't know what it would cost. Ngakoue can still. I think that he still has some money to be made for him because he has been productive. His lowest sack total in any season has been 8. Done his rookie year and done also in 2019 and 2020. Those were all 8-sack seasons. In between those, he had a 12-sack season, 9.5, 10, and 9.5. So 19.5 in his last 2 years. Big guy, 6'6", 245 pounds. Yeah, I'd be interested in bringing him in, but you're looking again. It's competition. Is he going to be a better option than what you have? I mean, you have to ask yourself. We bring him in. What does this mean for Aquara? If he's better, then you want him, right? Like, go ahead and take the upgrade. What does it mean for the development of Houston? Well, if he's better, so be it. I can't imagine this would be any more than a 1-year contract. So I'm more open to this than I am Kenny Golladay.
Well, this was a huge want from Lions fans going into the draft. After they didn't take a edge rusher in the first round, I would argue that if you still wanted one, then you should want Yannick Ngakoue because odds are that he would be more productive than a 2nd round or 3rd round or 4th round edge rusher. Now, if not, again, right price, not a lot of guaranteed money. I mean, would he sign here for less and a chance to be on a winner with potential? I mean, does he shy away from Detroit because he doesn't see playing time?
I
mean, if you're a free agent and you're an edge rusher and you want to make an impact and build some stats and get some results and try and get one more big contract, do you look at Detroit with Aiden Hutchinson on one side and a rotating cast of characters on the other?
I think he might think that he's good enough to start on the opposite side of Hutchinson. Last year with Indianapolis, DeForest Buckner was the other defensive end. Between them, they have 17.5 sacks.
Yeah.
And before that, he was with the Raiders, and, Max Crosby's there. So I think I would imagine that he would have an excellent chance at earning the starting spot. And maybe it's even more beneficial. Hey, you don't have to get all the snaps. We got a rotation of guys. And again, this is your special skill, is getting after the quarterback. We've got several guys that can do that. We're going to rotate you in. It's for the betterment of the team. Keep everyone fresh. Maybe it comes at the expense of some snaps at Aiden Hutchinson too, right? But if everybody's fresh, and you add Ngakoue, it seems on paper you've got 4 really good pass rushers. And that takes care of a lot of problems. It helps to alleviate the pressure that's on the secondary, which is all brand new. I like the idea of adding Ngakoue if they can do it.
So we're in lockstep here. We're both more into Ngakoue than we are Kenny Golladay. both suggested on CBSSports.com as free agent matchmaker. Says Kenny Galladay, Yannick Ngakoue to Detroit would be two signings that make sense. Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, spring is here. Summer is fast approaching. You can tell by the warmer temperatures, and you don't want to get caught with a flooded basement or a scorching hot house this year. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today, and they dropped a special offer. It's just in time to beat the heat. Birmingham Plumbing is now including a free ultraviolet light air purifier or a high-efficiency air filter when you have both your furnace and air conditioning systems replaced. Now, in addition, they'll include up to a full 5-year parts and labor warranty with annual maintenance. Don't be worried about the cost up front because Birmingham has got you covered there too. They offer financing options for your new furnace or AC system for as low as $70 a month. So whether it's your air conditioning, furnace, pool heater, boiler, or water filtration, it could be a flood in your basement, a clogged drain, a cold pool, maybe you got a problem with your sump pump. Whatever it is, call the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today at 248-282-3971 or schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Thomas is on 97.1. Hi, Thomas. Thomas, are you there? Thomas?
T-Bone. T-Money.
No good. I was looking forward to this call because he was going to argue that they could have built around Carmelo. And I'm thinking, yeah, maybe they would have won a championship.
Maybe. But you know what they did?
They won a championship.
Without
what they did. It's too bad. So I suspect yesterday you talked about the PGA Championship a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah. Did you get to the post-tournament ceremony?
No.
Well, when the PGA Championship is awarded, the CEO of the PGA traditionally takes a photo with the PGA Championship winner, which means the CEO, Seth Waugh of the PGA, walked out to take a photo with Brooks Koepka of LIV.
Mm-hmm.
Any idea how that went? Did you see it by chance?
I did not see it. I thought I saw at one point when Brooks was walking off and he's got a big smile on his face. This is after he won. This is before he gets the trophy.
Yep.
And lots of people coming up to congratulate him and stuff. I thought there was somebody who looked like an official, maybe with the PJ, maybe it's this guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if it was just like icy, like nobody, there was no handshake or anything. Just kept walking past, and like maybe the hand was extended, or maybe I'm making that up. I thought there was something like that.
So the story was, and this wasn't a blow past. This was Brooks is standing there, and it looks like there's a car wash of people to come out and take a photo. I don't know if they're sponsors or whoever, but is it the Wanamaker? Is that what this?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm least dialed in on the PGA of the majors, but anyway, so he's standing there, and guy comes in, takes a picture, smiling with Brooks, walks away. Guy comes in, takes a picture with Brooks, walks away. Well, one of them was Seth Waugh, and he walked in with his hands like that sort of official pose where you hold them in front of you down near your waist, and he never breaks them apart. Like he walks in, takes the camera snap, then he even moves a little bit further away from Brooks. They take another picture. He says something to Brooks, never takes his hands apart, and walks away. And you could tell Brooks was a little bit like,
seriously,
what's up, dude? Like, why? And I mean, is there icy feelings between the PGA Tour and Brooks Koepka? You bet.
Yeah, I got this a little bit yesterday, and I decided over the weekend.
This is going to be interesting.
I no longer harbor any ill will towards the LIV golfers. Make your decision, do what you want to do for what's best for you. If you want to make it based on money, I don't care. Because what the PGA has effectively done is they've screwed it up. They had leverage. The leverage was not allowing them to compete in the majors. And instead, they've allowed for them to compete in the majors. So the big knock on these guys last year when they couldn't was, well, you're ruining your legacy. You're throwing it out the door, right? You can't help it now, and you're done. We're done with you. And what happens? Brooks Koepka competes for the first 3 rounds and leads the Masters, falls apart in the 4th round, then goes and plays in the PGA Championship and says, I learned a lot from that, and then wins the PGA Championship. His 5th major title, his 3rd PGA. Did he just add to his legacy?
Well, of course.
Absolutely. So
this is a stark contrast to you last week.
What's that?
This is a stark contrast to your
I said I've made up my mind. I just over the weekend, it dawned on me that it's so stupid. If you're going to allow them to play, then you can't say anything about it, right? There are guys that I don't want to do well. I never liked Phil Mickelson to begin with, so I can enjoy rooting against Phil. I kind of like Brooks. Bryson DeChambeau, he was likable for a while and then not so much, and now I don't like him again. But I don't want to be rooting against people because that's just, I don't like the negativity about it, even though I'm still going to root against Phil. But it seems so stupid because it's all hypocrisy anyway. If people are going to say, well, it's blood money that he's got. All right, well, our country does business with Saudi Arabia. Our country does business with China. The NBA specifically does business with China. And if we're going to be nitpicky about all this stuff, then we're going to have to do it with every single thing. And are you wearing any clothing or have you bought anything made in China and all this stuff? Let's stop being hypocritical about this, okay? They got paid an exorbitant amount of money to walk away from the PGA Tour. And you know what else? This is the other thing that dawned me. Nobody cares about the LIV Tour. Nobody gives a rip about what happens on the LIV Tour. Nobody watches it. The CW, which is the network that carries it, heck, they even bailed on their tournament a couple weeks ago and let their affiliates go to previously scheduled programming. You know, here's 2.5 men. I mean, instead of watching the last couple holes of apparently it was a tournament that came down and it had a lot of people vying for that championship. Nobody cares.
So it doesn't address the one thing that I can't stand about the LIV Tour, and that is outside of the majors, some of the biggest names in golf, I don't get to see them.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't sit down and make an appointment viewing every year to say I'm going to watch the 3M Open or I'm going to watch the Barbasol Championship or anything like that. But if I knew that Brooks Koepka and Patrick Reed were going toe to toe on Sunday and it was really good and entertaining, I might flip it on. And a lot of the big names have taken away from the intrigue that's built in, week out. And so I hear you.
Well, and people are, I guess, are texting and making a distinction between the difference between the PGA Tour and the PGA of America.
Yep.
But they're all allowed to play the majors.
They are.
So who cares? So they're banned from playing on the PGA Tour, but I can go ahead and play for the U.S. Open, or I can play for the Masters if you're good enough. You can. Not all the LIV Tour players get to, but if you've got a history and you've been good enough, you can. So that's.
I want to know what
it just seems there's no teeth anymore.
I want to know what Wall said to him that made him react the way he did. Anyway, here's Jim Costa. What's up, man?
What's going on?
How are you?
Good.
That's good. What do you guys got planned today?
Oh, we got all kinds of fun stuff. Mike is out today. He will be back tomorrow. So I'm in with Rico, and right out of the gate, DeAndre Hopkins. I'm sure you've seen some of this. I think there's a natural fit here in Detroit, but a bigger question, do we fit the criteria? He laid out different things he would want in a team he would join, and I'm curious if people feel like we fit, right? The idea is Detroit not only a good team, but a team that guys want to play for. So he was on a podcast. He laid that out right out of the gate. I want to know about DeAndre Hopkins. Do you like him? Can you get him? And do you fit?
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah,
do you actually have the sound, or you just have the list?
Oh, I got the sound, Doug.
Oh,
this is real radio.
Oh,
we're ready to go today. Are you going to say hello to Rico?
He just sat down and.
Well, I meant earlier. You just completely
that was
ignored
funny.
this guy.
I didn't ignore him. I didn't hear him.
Hi, Rico.
Hey, Gator. Doug was doing something on his phone, and I was just like, Doug. And then I just had a
He was
fake
off in his own
conversation
world.
with him.
That's really
And
funny.
and
And
he wasn't listening. I was like, so everything's going well? All right.
I'm
we still robbing that bank tomorrow? Okay. If we are, just say nothing.
I'm embarrassed, and I sincerely apologize.
But yes, the caper is still on.
Let's not tell anybody. I got a question for you two.
Yeah, what's up?
Wedding ring falls off your finger down a toilet. 13 years later, somebody finds it. It doesn't look the same. It's been in the muck for 13 years. By that point, I'm guessing you've replaced it.
Mm-hmm.
Would you disinfect it and put that ring back on your finger?
I think you already answered it. If you replaced it, you replaced it.
Yeah, if you
Maybe
replaced
you
it.
keep it
I was
in
about
a drawer or something because it's the original, but I don't think you have to wear it.
All right, but you're leaving out it's the wife's wedding ring
Oh.
that was there. So there's a diamond attached to this whole thing.
Would you expect your wife to wear it? Would be the way you'd ask us, right? I mean,
I'm assuming that I would just, it's been replaced.
Yeah,
Probably
probably
get the
upgraded.
insurance claim. And
Okay, even if it's not replaced.
yeah, you disinfect it and you wear it.
Okay. Rico?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Not
You
this
know what?
guy.
You know what? No. You know what I would probably do is take it, have it destroyed, and put back together again.
Like melt it down.
Yeah.
Remold it.
Yeah.
Well, apparently the ring part itself, the setting and the ring would be horribly damaged to this point. So,
Okay, so if it's
diamond.
disinfected, it's fine.
Yeah.
So same applies to a pair of dentures.
So we had a guy calling when I was in mourning a couple weeks ago, and he had like a metal denture, something metal, swallowed it, had his son use a metal detector and verify that it was inside his stomach. It only comes out one way, and he had it re-put back into his jaw. Yeah, I don't know if I could go that far, Doug.
Okay.
Wow.
What are we doing here?
Would you
Ask a question.
would you put the dentures back? No, you disinfect them?
No, we just gonna get new dentures.
Yeah, okay.
If I could afford the first pair, I could afford the second.
It's just the ring story actually happened in Minnesota. And my point is the principle's the same.
Nah, it's not. It's
In your
on
mouth,
one is
it's
on your
different.
finger, one is in
Yeah.
your mouth.
Well,
So
if you believe in disinfecting, then why would you care?
One might cost in excess of $10,000, and the other one after 13 years, I probably have got new teeth.
the one could have, maybe at worst case cause an itch or a rash on your finger. The other one could give you some type of septic disease.
I'm just no on all of it.
Okay, then. We'll put you down for no.
This is from the man who drinks out of a boot.
Yeah, I've done that. And
It's
I hate
alcohol.
it. Yeah. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Walking anytime, 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It's wicked awesome. The Tigers are looking for a series win tonight in Kansas City, and they'll send their ace to the mound to try and get it done. Eduardo Rodriguez will aim to bounce back from a rocky start against Pittsburgh last week. Despite that, his ERA sits just a tick over 2 in 9 starts this season entering tonight's. The last place Royals still have not listed a starter for tonight. The Tigers entered the game in second place, just 2.5 games behind Minnesota. First pitch at 7:40. The pregame show at 7:15 right here on 97.1. The Lions began OTAs in Allen Park today. We'll get a first look at this year's team when the media attends on Thursday. There's plenty happening, though, in the NFL. We could see fewer kick returns this season. Owners today approved a rule that gives returners a touchback if they fair catch inside the 25-yard line. The league also expanded its international marketing program, though the Lions are not included, and Tom Brady has agreed to buy a minority stake in the Raiders. NBA playoffs tonight. The Heat look to complete a sweep of the Celtics in Miami. Tip-off at 8:30. If the Heat do slam the door closed on the series tonight, they'll face the Nuggets in the finals. The basketball world also buzzing today after LeBron told reporters last night that he'll consider retirement this offseason. And NHL playoffs. The Western Conference Finals move to the Lone Star State tonight. Kenny's Golden Knights have a 2-0 series lead on the Stars. Puck drop at 8 o'clock. In the East, the Panthers have a commanding 3-0 series lead on the Hurricanes. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Who's doing backup vocals in that? That's a jam. 97.1, welcome in on a Tuesday. By the way, is Luke doing updates in a flannel? It is 80 degrees out today.
We don't even talk about that. I don't want to consider like I'm bullying him into, we just wait for the weather to break and turn nice, and he won't let the flannel go. So I don't know why he's got this love affair with flannel.
His 3 o'clock update, he's going to have a jacket, hats, and gloves by the 4 o'clock update.
He's like, I'm cold. I'm like,
boots.
Yeah. Let it go.
Interesting choice.
Let it go.
We're all making interesting choices.
Let it go.
Rico, I was in on Friday with Mike, and I slipped in a move I'd like the Lions to make, and I don't know where you're at on it. DeAndre Hopkins. He's in the news. He listed criteria. We'll get to if the Lions even qualify, if they're tall enough to ride the ride, if you will. But you don't even want him. That was a quick buzzer. You don't even want him. Rico, real quick, who's the number two?
Hold on. I saved it for the show.
Who's the number 2 receiver on this team?
St. Brown.
He's the number 1. Who's the number 2?
Oh, well, isn't it J-Mo when he comes
J-Mo's
back?
suspended for 6 games, and he's got 1 career catch. I'll ask you again.
You know what?
Who's the number 2?
I'm going to bet and gamble and put my money on J-Mo.
Some will say Marvin Jones. He was the number 4 in Jacksonville a year ago. Rico, he's 31. He paced for 1,000 yards a year ago. He's available. There's speculation he might get outright cut because no one wants to pay his salary. If the Lions are truly in a position to win, he fits a position in need. I'm interested.
See, here's why I'm not interested. I like him as a receiver, but he'll tear your team apart. He will rip the Lions to shreds. He will come in and he will tear this locker room apart. This is a team that's up and coming. This is a team that is young. Everybody keeps telling me that. They're on the cusp of being something in the NFL. You bring D. Hopkins here, bad. While you're at it, why not go get Antonio Brown?
Now, there's not a flag around here, is there?
Somebody took all the
All
flags.
the flags are gone. David's got what? Throw the flag.
I've been trying to figure out who took all of our flags. They're all gone.
They're stolen.
He is not Antonio Brown, and I say that as a CMU grad. That is a different level of disruption.
No. But there were levels of progression when it comes to these diva receivers. Antonio Brown was once where DeAndre Hopkins is. And then it kept progressing until now where, he's not paying his Arena League team and all that other stuff.
Oh, boy.
But
Hate to see it.
there's the level of progression. And when I see Hopkins, he's on that path, man.
You think he's a bad dude?
Yeah. I thought maybe he was stuck with Houston, and Houston was a bad organization.
Well, he was shining with poor quarterback play. All he's done is be a stud.
So he wants out. Oh, send me to Arizona. He gets to Arizona. Oh, I'm in Arizona. I don't want to be here. I want out. It's almost like that James Harden type mentality where he's never going to be happy wherever he goes. And once he gets upset, he's going to demand a trade. If you're Detroit, pass. Hard pass.
You just hit him with the James Harden comparison. It's like a death sentence.
Tell me where I'm wrong.
Okay, first of all, this is Rich coming from a guy who wanted to draft someone with personality concerns this last year in the draft.
He had personality concerns off of a bad incident.
There were several incidents.
Oh my God, he showed up and he couldn't finish a drill.
I don't want to re-adjudicate Jalen Carter. All I'm saying is you seem to be willing to take that risk.
Okay,
this is far less risky. This guy could be out and out cut on the street and you make a phone call. You need a receiver.
This is years. I'm looking at years of pattern, years of behavior. Not, okay, this was just, maybe he was just having a bad time in his life. This is not good.
He's always been in shape.
No.
And I don't think he's been.
No. DeAndre Hopkins on the field is good.
That's all I'm saying. This team is at that point, aren't they? Where we're all talking about winning a division, home playoff games.
Hopkins,
do you want to take a leap?
DeAndre Hopkins needs to go to a team that's already there, that just needs one more piece, or else he's never going to be happy. And look, in the whole root for radio, he'll be great for us because he will cause chaos if you bring him here to the Lions.
Okay, so
absolute chaos.
Okay, here's what I want. Do you want him? But more importantly, can you get him? He was on a podcast. It's Brandon Marshall's podcast, the I Am Athlete podcast. And he detailed what criteria he's looking for. Either it's a trade or if he's cut. These are the things he's going to look for his next team. So the three, QB who loves the game, great defense, stable management. How many of those boxes do the Lions check?
Okay, here's a sad reality, but things have changed. Their management's pretty stable in the last few years.
Did you guys hear that? Rico said something nice about the Lions.
If you do nice things, I recognize it. So far, you're not hearing, they all seem to be on the same page.
Okay, so
whether it's Sheila, whether it's Brad, Dan, they all are working symbiotic together. I still wouldn't bring him here.
Oh, but hold on, that's 1 for 3. Let's go to the other ones. He said he can win with a subpar quarterback. We don't even have to duke it out over Jared Goff. He's at least subpar. That's 2 for 3. He loves the game, right? Jared's out there throwing the pigskin around in the offseason. He loves football. That's 2 or 3.
You know what? I wish he would have said, I can deal with a subpar quarterback for now. Because I promise you, this is one where you got to trust me, Detroit, and you got to trust me, Cookies. I promise you. You do not want to bring him here with a subpar quarterback. He just wants out of Arizona so badly, he'll say anything.
The third one, I think, is one that you got to be careful to put the cart before the horse. They don't have a great defense in Detroit. I think it's getting better, but I wouldn't put them as a great championship-level defense. So 2 for 3.
Right. Until you can stop the run consistently, you're not even a good defense.
So do you find the Lions to be a team that can attract players, whether it's DeAndre Hopkins or someone else who gets cut, veterans who will get cut over the summer or into August? Do you feel like they have an appealing presentation whether they get Hopkins or not? So this is a two-parter. This is, do you want DeAndre? Right. And then it's a look in the mirror as a Lions fan. When your hair's done, your nails have been done, are you ready? Are you attractive enough to court some of the best players should they become available? 248-539-9797. Rico, he also asked, he was asked which QBs he'd want to play with. He listed 5. He listed Josh Allen.
Jared Goff.
He did not. Jalen Hurts, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Justin Herbert. He did not mention Jared Goff.
Don't
get me started. I just won't. Okay.
Don't do it. Now.
I'm not doing it. It's right there.
I would not. He would tear this team apart. He He is reaching that critical mass of diva wide receiver.
Am I missing something? Can you find the news story or the quote or off the field thing he did? Because Mike gave me some of that whispered hush. I don't know if I should say what I've heard. What is it? Like, where are the bodies buried for DeAndre Hopkins that you can't bring him into an NFL contender?
It's not bodies buried, Cookies. It's just people who know him and are around him. Let's just hypothetically say he may or may not just be a good person / teammate. You know, all the red flags you had against Jalen Carter. All those red flags.
My biggest red flag was work ethic. No one questions the work ethic of DeAndre Hopkins. When the game's going, when the bright lights are on, he's not as good as anybody, but he's up there. He's a multi-all-pro.
On the field, if yes. Off the field, no.
248-539-9797. Kevin, you're on 97.1.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys.
Hey, Kevin.
Yeah, so I couldn't agree more with Rico right now. I mean, you look at the first thing that popped in my mind. Well, there's two things that popped in my mind. The one thing is this guy a Dan Campbell guy, the kind of guy who's going to wear a hard hat and bring a lunch pail to the field, do you think? Because if not, that's a Dan Campbell guy right there, and that's why they passed on Carter, right?
I mean, Kevin, I get what you're saying. I got a problem with this whole Dan Campbell type of guy, but I'm going to let you finish. I'll address that later.
The last part was I just feel, you know what? Why are we worried about a third string wide receiver when our defensive line gave up 5.2 yards per carry last year? I mean, we got Buggs, McNeil, Kaminsky. I just feel, I know it's Roofer Radio. Hopkins is a lot more polarizing to talk about, but we got to beef up that D-line.
Kev, I'd rather have Quinnen Williams. Kev, I'll keep it. Yeah. I'd rather have Quinnen Williams, but I saw the quotes today from Robert Saleh. He's like, we're going to get that deal done. I would love for it to fall through in New York to where they can't get a deal done. He's a better player at a more important position. I'd rather have Quinnen Williams. But even you guys talked about it on this show. That's kind of a pipe dream. This is much more realistic. Yeah. League insiders are saying this dude might be cut, and he's not a wide receiver 3, Kevin. Don't be disingenuous. He would be the second best receiver on this team.
Isn't J-Mo the number 2? I mean, all we talk about
J-Mo with one career catch. Listen, I'd love if J-Mo had the pressure of being a number 3 and performed like a number 2, which is a luxury you'd have with DeAndre Hopkins. Without him, you're missing 6 games, and you better hit the ground running immediately and be our second best pass catcher.
Hey,
I hope so.
I'm betting on him. He can do it.
Okay. You a gambling man? We'll keep this going. Hopkins, do you want him? Can you even get him? Are you an attractive place for guys who are available? It's 97.1.
Okay, guys, you've heard me talk about this Awaken 180, and when people see me, they're like, "Wow, you really are doing something, and you're looking a lot better." I saw Brian Chapman this weekend after I finished talking with Cookies on his show, and he was asking me about it. Well, it's another week and down another 4 pounds, and here's the thing: the best part about this Awaken 180, it's not a diet because it's a plan. You don't feel like you're on a diet. You're not restricted. You're not sitting there taking a bunch of supplements and eating just nothing but crackers all day. You're eating throughout the day. You work out a plan with your coach, and every week Emma listens to what went on. She tailors it. She adjusts it to get the max out of the plan, the max for you. It's not a cookie cutter thing. It's tailored just for you. So whether you want to lose 20 pounds, 30 pounds, 40, 50, 100 pounds, 150 pounds, doesn't matter. They will have a plan for you. So here's what you need to do. You need to reserve your Awaken 180 at-home consultation by calling 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800, or just go online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Little Costa Rico show today. Jim Costa in for Mike Valenti impromptu. He'll be back tomorrow. I brought up DeAndre Hopkins, and Rico instantly hit it with a This is a two-part question, though. It's not just do you want DeAndre Hopkins in Detroit, where there is a need at receiver and they are trying to win. It's also, are you appealing to the other potential players who may be cut in the coming months? DeAndre Hopkins said he looks for three things: stable management, a great defense, and a QB that loves the game and brings everyone on board with him. 248-539-9797. The QBs he'd like to play with: Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, and Justin Herbert. Not Jared Goff, although he did say he's won with subpar quarterbacks before.
But see, here's the thing. I think that this team, to answer your second question, no. I don't think the Lions are ready for tier one type of players because you're not there yet. And I know.
In what way? Where are they lacking?
You're not a playoff team. You're not a Super Bowl caliber team. Let's be real.
They're not, just to help you, they're not a playoff team based on last year, right?
Or the year before.
My point is,
the year before.
They are expected to be a playoff team this year, but they have not done it yet.
Right. Where you don't put it this way. You don't have the playoff track record.
Sure.
You're not the Eagles. You're not one of those teams that, even though they don't win, you could put them in a hat and say they're one of 5 teams that can win right now. Like right now, you could probably think, well, Cincinnati could probably win it. Philadelphia could probably win it. Kansas City could win it again. Maybe Buffalo. No one will ever say Detroit outside of this city. Oh, Detroit could win it too. No, they can't. So you're not going to, you'll attract tier 2 type of guys that are either past their prime who want that one more shot, or that up and coming guy that wants to take a chance on you. But the guy like DeAndre Hopkins, who's already established, I don't have enough time to sit and wait for this to grow.
But that's the great debate with Hopkins, because I hear from some people who say he's washed. And then other people,
washed.
No, he's not. People are like, oh, he's no good. He's fallen off. I wouldn't want him. And other people are like, you couldn't get him even if you wanted him. So which is it?
No,
which is it?
He's not washed. He just has a way of rubbing people the wrong way off the field.
But as I'm not going to steal his thunder, Matt in Oak Park is going to make this point. Matt, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, fellas, I just don't understand how DeAndre Hopkins is considered a diva. If you look at his situation in Houston, tons of turmoil, never had a quarterback. Now you turn to Arizona. Who's the real diva of the Arizona Cardinals offense, folks? It's quarterback. He's always had quarterback issues.
Okay, hold on. Matt,
the dramatic pause. You cut out.
You dropped off, so we thought you hung up on us. Say that again.
Oh, sorry, fellas.
No, you said who's the real diva?
The real diva in Arizona. I think you were going to say Kyler Murray, and it dropped out ominously. You think Kyler's the problem? It's not Hopkins' fault.
Of course, yeah. I think Kyler Murray is the real issue in Arizona. If you look at the reports of him playing Call of Duty and this and that, I mean, he's the real diva.
Okay.
All Mr. Hopkins is asking to do is go to a team where there's not this turmoil in the front office. There's not this turmoil at the quarterback position. That is the Detroit Lions and what you're looking at right now. I would love to have him. And one last thing I wanted to point out, fellas, and I'll hang up and let you guys go. What I love about Hopkins is, I don't know if you guys remember, this was about 7 or 8 years back in training camp when him and D'Angelo Hall, and this is when D'Angelo Hall was an all-pro corner at the time, got into it. And he told Hall, I'm that dog. He's a Dan Campbell guy for the last caller, and I would love to have him in Detroit. Thanks, fellas.
I appreciate the call.
He does have a point that the guy has been in some awful situations.
Okay, here's the thing.
And this would be the best team he's ever played for culture-wise.
I will allow that for the Texans. You were drafted. You had no choice. He had a choice. He forced his way out. He wanted out. He forced it. He got traded to Arizona. That's where he wanted to go. And now he doesn't like it there a few years later. It's very James Harden-esque. I don't like it here, so now I want to move. Okay, I don't like it here, so now I want to go here. Okay, you don't get to do that. And can we, and maybe this is just me, and I'll lead it to David, this Dan Campbell type of guy. And Kenny, you're the Lions fan. I don't really understand. You haven't won anything. So to me, this whole Dan Campbell kind of guy is what? A guy who doesn't win? People are taking the second half of last season way too far. A Bill Belichick type of guy, an Andy Reid type of guy, somebody who wins, yes, you could say that. But this whole, David, your coach, yeah, he has a pattern of winning, so he has a type of guy. I don't think Campbell's been around long enough to say what his type of guy is.
But you don't get that type of guy once you win. You have to get that guy to then establish the wins.
I understand.
So he's building upon, and I think his guy is a guy that's going to work hard, a guy that's going to be a team player.
Yeah, but isn't that pretty much any coach in the league?
No.
It's like every coach wants a guy who's going to come in, keep his mouth shut, and work hard.
But how about this? Put it this way. Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes collectively identify Aiden Hutchinson, Penei Sewell type guys who are workaholics, super talented, high motor, feisty football players.
But they have a streak in them as well.
And a mean streak to them. Those are the pillars of this football team. Hopkins is just coming in on a short-term deal somewhere as a mercenary. And you're right, if he's good enough to be on Andy Reid's football team, he should be good enough to be a mercenary on a team that wants to win in Detroit.
Here's why. Hopkins has a strong personality. You need somebody in this locker room who can keep his personality in check.
You don't think they have that guy?
Because if you don't, he's going to become that guy. He's going to become that voice. When there's certain teams that, we were talking in the break.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the day, the Pistons could bring in a guy like Rasheed because you had Ben Wallace here.
So they don't have a Ben Wallace in Detroit.
They don't have that veteran voice who's going to come in here and say, no, that's not how we do things. That's not what we say to the media. This is not how we handle things.
And it can't be just the coach. It has to be someone who puts the pads on too. So if that's where you're at, and you think that's the gap between the Lions being able to add players like Hopkins, 248-539-9797.
He goes to Kansas City. You got Mahomes in the locker room.
Travis Kelce.
You got people who could say, whoa, not how we do things here. Okay? So,
and you're saying Goff's not that guy?
No.
Okay. Let's go to Antonio. You're on 97.1.
Hey there.
What's up?
Hello?
Yeah, Antonio, what's going on, man?
I think you guys are looking at it from the wrong angle, Rico, and not looking at what would Hopkins bring to us. All wide receivers want single coverage. That's what they want. And at this stage of his career, he can't handle the attention that he's getting without the Batman or the Robins on the other side. I think he would welcome the fact that we would have Gibbs and Amon-Ra and him and J-Mo, the versatility that it would bring as far as game planning. We got a great offensive line, a competent quarterback. We could run the ball. We could do things to spread it out, and he'll be getting the first or second corner, which means Amon-Ra going to be getting the first or second corner.
Right.
And then where did that leave J-Mo on the third corner?
Right.
See, I love the idea of J-Mo being a number three without the pressure.
But, Antonio, I would simply say this, and I won't even get to the J-Mo part. But here's the thing. That sounds great for you, Antonio, as a Lions fan. Like, on paper, he's not coming here to try to help out Amon-Ra St. Brown and to help out Gibbs. If he comes here, he's going to want at least 50.
He's not the focal point. It would help him because all the attention wouldn't be on him. We have options.
No. He wants all the smoke. He wants all the attention.
He wants the targets.
He wants 15 targets a game. He just doesn't like his quarterbacks for his previous two teams.
That would aid and help him to get those targets because we would make teams pay for doubling him. So now that leaves Amon-Ra one-on-one, which who's going to stop him or Gibbs coming out the
Antonio,
backfield?
what you're talking about is it's a complementary offense that the Lions are building where they're going to run, they're going to dump it off, they're going to spread the ball around. Spreading the ball around should help someone like Hopkins who maybe lost a little bit of a step into his 30s.
But that's not what he wants to hear.
But can still be a game breaker.
Hopkins comes here, he's going to want 10 to 15 targets a game. He wants to be that guy on third and fourth down. Why aren't you throwing the ball to me?
Because we got St. Brown.
Okay, and it goes back to what I'm saying. He's the type of guy who can disrupt your locker room. You don't have that strong enough presence. Aiden hasn't been around long enough that he could sit here and really lay down the law. So that's why I say he'll go to a Kansas City. He'll go to a Buffalo, and you're going to be like, oh, well, he's at the Ravens. Well, he could have been here. No, let him go to these other teams because this will be wherever he goes, I promise you, it's a very short-term thing.
Which is why I like it here in Detroit in a short-term window.
You're not ready yet.
Rico, if they're the division favorites and they don't have a number 2 receiver, they're ready for it.
Well,
if the culture's really changed, which is what the consensus is here, you're ready for it.
Here's the other thing.
And again, go ahead.
I already think you already got a potential headache problem receiver coming back in 6 weeks.
All right. We got a blitz coming up next. David's telling me we got to talk some hoops. A lot going on in the association. A fast break next. It's 97.1. David, we will get to the NBA, the fast break, the fastest conference finals possible. But I want to get some ticket texts, work the people in on this Hopkins thing. Do you want him in Detroit, and are you a destination for players like DeAndre Hopkins? What are the people saying?
Hopkins is washed. Don't even try it, Cookies. Don't need him here in Detroit.
Didn't he have like 700 yards in 10 games a year ago?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, almost made the Pro
With
Bowl.
subpar QB play? Come on.
He is. I would not classify him as washed.
Please stop with the Hopkins talk. We do not want him, Greg, in Detroit.
But why, Greg? Why? Who's the number 2 receiver on this team?
Well, someone answered that question. Says Josh Reynolds is the number 2 and is a better teammate than Hopkins.
I mean, I rest my case. You just made the case for me. Josh Reynolds is the number 2. The defense rests.
After that audio, I'll pass. We already have a 1 receiver in J-Mo who doesn't like golf. I don't need more possible problems in that room.
And that kind of leads into the other thing. You already kind of have that receiver waiting in the wings once he serves his suspension coming back. Because I look at J-Mo and I see a lot of the early diva-type tendencies. He hasn't gone, once again, he's not full-on Antonio Brown, but you see the steps. You recognize the different things, and I'm like, okay, you haven't done anything. You've caught one pass, you got 1 touchdown, and you're causing way too much trouble for a guy with 1 catch.
Yeah, he's asking for Aaron Rodgers' jersey in his final game at Lambeau, and it's like, who are you?
Right.
You play for the Lions? You catch a pass today? No. Rico, but if you're at all concerned about J-Mo, and I think every Lions fan listening is concerned on different levels, but if you're concerned that's the number 2 receiver, all the more reason to take the Hopkins thing seriously.
But I'm saying at this point, I don't know if I want to have 2 of those guys on this team because you don't have a strong enough presence in that locker room as of now. You got a lot of young guys. You got a lot of potential leaders, but they're still potential. They're not there yet. They don't have the voice that can walk in and just tell somebody, that's not how we do things, and you don't question them.
Let's get to Brian in Detroit. Brian, you're on 97.1.
Rico, you know I used to hate you, but I'm growing to love you, bro. Because that Dan Campbell type of player make my stomach sick. I never seen an organization or a coach or GM get so much credit, and they have accomplished nothing. There's 3 guys on the station that get them all the credit in the world: Mike, Doug, and Gator. And I understand they got an opinion. They looking at the positive things, but the results are not on the field. I never seen a group of people take 1/2 of a season and turn the 9-8 Lions into eventual Super Bowl winners next year with no proof. And Rico, you have said it. Every time you talk about it, they have done nothing. What you mean a Dan Campbell guy? Dan Campbell has accomplished nothing. Guys calling in talking about like that's Bill Belichick type of guy. Dan Campbell is not a good coach until when? We see wins in the column. Don't tell me. And then I can't understand how some guys on the station talk about guys who want to see the proof first before they go all in. Let the Lions win something first, then throw them all that glory. Because, man, I've never seen a 9-18 get so much glory in all my life. I've never seen it before.
So, Brian, what do you do with Hopkins? Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, what do you do with Hopkins?
Rico's right, but I would get him anyway. If Dan Campbell's all this, listen, if Rico, I like you, they can't handle him, but if they need talent. You are not, when you got a championship team, you guys know this, every guy on the team don't get along, and a lot of the guys are not nice, and they not going to do whatever. But you got to have those type of guys to win. And they don't have it. And the Lions, Rico, you are absolutely right. The Lions are not no near Super Bowl win. They not no top 8 team in the league. But this fan base and some of the radio personalities got these clowns thinking like that when they have accomplished nothing. Love you guys, fellas.
All right, thanks, Brian. Hey, man, me and
you
Brian,
won him over.
We've gone a long way. He used to hate me like nobody's business.
You ain't lying.
And then you know when it all changed? When I told him, Kenny was here for that show. He wanted to argue with me. I'm like, Michigan can beat Georgia. I'm like, Brian, they can't. As a matter of fact, it's going to be pretty bad. I'm going to call in, and I want an apology. And he called back, and he apologized to me.
That was the best part, is he calling in I have so much more respect for Brian from Detroit for calling in and saying, what, that's my bad.
He did. He's done something that most people can't do. He just flat out admitted, I was wrong. You were right. You said that Georgia was just going to go through this team like a hot knife through butter. I'm like, I've seen this movie before. It doesn't end well. The boat sinks.
Thank you for that. They hit an iceberg. It's not pretty. Norman, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Good afternoon.
Hey, man. Hold on.
So, Cookies, I'm with you 100%. Rico, like, what off-field issues are you referring to with DeAndre Hopkins that makes him a poor fit? Like, I think with the exception of his PED ban of a couple of years ago, we haven't heard him get in trouble with the law or anything like that. I think he's pretty,
Norman.
In my opinion, he's been a pretty upstanding citizen. So, like, I don't know where the off-field issues you're referring to that could deter us from making a move for him. Like, do you know anything offhand that I don't know about?
It's not like legal things that he's doing other than that PED stuff that he got suspended for, but it's more the type of a teammate that he is. And just his presence in the locker room and things that go on. Things that are not illegal. You could be a jerk at work, Norman. Doesn't mean you can't be one of the best salesmen on the staff.
Fair enough, which ironically you say that because I'm actually in sales, but I'm not a jerk. But here's the thing. Here's the point that I'm trying to hammer home, right? You're a team that has deep playoff aspirations. In my personal opinion, I think they're a borderline Super Bowl contender, especially with them being in the NFC. You don't have a ton of top-heavy competition. I think you can make a run and you can be in a position to play in the NFC Championship game. A guy like DeAndre Hopkins is only going to help you get there. You need another top-flight wide receiver to pair with Amon-Ra. Cookies, you brought up the point about J-Mo being slid down to the third option with DeAndre added into the mix. That's a perfect move to take the pressure off of him, especially when he comes back from his suspension. It's going to keep the defense honest. They're going to run the hell out of the ball. You add Jahmyr Gibbs to this offensive line and this overall offense that was really, really good in the second half of the season. You continue to build on that. He's a guy that puts you over the top. And I think the risk of bringing him on the reward outweighs the risk tenfold, in my opinion. Yeah. I think you make a move for him. It's a short-term deal, and I think you put yourself in a much better position to be a Super Bowl contender out of the NFC. I think it's a great option.
Yeah, because if you're running the ball, teams have to put extra bodies in the box. You can stretch him horizontally with Jahmyr Gibbs. You can stretch him vertically with J-Mo. And Rico, you're getting one-on-ones for St. Brown and Hopkins. You're putting defenses in a lot of stress.
Jim, you're correct. But here's the one thing that I've learned about Holmes and Dan Campbell that everybody reveres here in this city. They showed you in this draft. What you think they need isn't what they think they need.
That's very clear.
If they thought they needed a number 2 wide receiver, they would have taken one.
They wouldn't have waited till the 7th round to take a receiver.
Right. So what does that tell you? They don't think it's a problem.
They're happy with Marvin Jones and Josh Reynolds and Khalif Raymond and eventually Jameson Williams. So they're also very happy with Isaiah Buggs and John Kaminsky.
Right. We all say, hey, man, you gotta improve this defensive line. No, we don't.
But I don't think you should ever rest on your laurels. You are chasing teams that are also improving. Like, that was my favorite bit after the draft. The Lions got better. So did the Eagles. So did the Niners. So did everybody in football. They also had draft picks. What do the Eagles do? Just keep taking defensive linemen, keep taking pass rushers, keep adding guys to the front 7.
Oh, the Eagles are my spite store for you.
I know. Trust me, I know if Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter
and Nakobe Dean.
And I don't hate the Kobe team, but I know where this is going. But you got to keep up with the Joneses. If you are truly in the contender class, and maybe that's a debate in of itself, you should be looking to add. But you don't go, well, we're okay with Josh Reynolds and Khalif Raymond. Come on.
But they're telling you that without telling you that. We know what we're doing. We didn't draft her. There were plenty of receivers they could have took. They took Laporta instead. There were guys out there, nah, we'll pass. We'll take Hendon Hooker before we take a wide receiver because we feel like we need to take a broken quarterback. That's a higher priority than a wide receiver.
We're set.
We're good.
Well,
don't run my team. He pulled a Tom Izzo. Don't run my team.
Breaking news. You're allowed to disagree with the GM every once in a while. Even one as successful as Brad Holmes has been in his short time. You're allowed to disagree with the GM. You don't have to love every pick.
But, maybe he wasn't a Dan Campbell guy.
Fast break is next.
So is J-Mo a Dan Campbell guy?
97-1. Right back at you. We're having a good time today, and we turn to David with an NBA fast break.
Well,
what happened to the basketball Jones?
Basketball Jones. No, we're not going to do that. I would love to, but we're not going to do that. We're going to start today with some coaching news or something like that with the Bucks and the LA Clippers. Let's start with the Bucks here because the Bucks are narrowing down their group of top candidates, which include Nick Nurse, Golden State assistant Kenny Atkinson, Toronto assistant Adrian Griffin. A name you do not hear on that as a finalist is Milwaukee Bucks assistant Charles Lee, who is also a finalist for the Detroit job.
By Kevin Ollie. Is he on there?
Kevin Ollie's not on there.
Is he
was
on
not
anybody's
interviewed.
list other than Detroit?
No, that's it. Troy Rivers, dude. Your thoughts on those finalists there? What should Milwaukee do? I mean,
it kind of sounds like Nurse. In my opinion, the other guys just seem like plan B and C, but if you have a team that I think is a championship caliber like team, do you really want a young coach coming in here with this being the first time, or you go with Nurse who's been there before?
Nurse has done it. I think that makes a lot of sense. The other name, Kenny Atkinson, former head coach with the Nets, is with the Warriors. I was surprised the Pistons didn't even entertain that. In fact, I looked at that list and I'm going, hey, the Pistons could use some new names. Let's compare notes.
Here's 3 names. I will say,
apparently Gores flew everybody out to L.A. and was just like,
Nick Nurse is a finalist with Milwaukee. He's also a finalist with the Suns.
Did he get a Pistons interview?
He did not get a Pistons interview. So someone's going to have to move quickly with Nick Nurse.
Kevin Allen.
Either the Bucks or the Suns.
Yeah.
Who gets him?
I'm probably thinking it's going to be the Bucks because the way Ishbia is running that team, he's trying to go Jerry Jones like I'm throwing money to anybody who wants my money, and he'd have had this locked up by now.
You know what I like about Ishbia? He's doing what we all would do if we could own an NBA team.
He is.
We'd be sitting courtside taking charges. We'd trade for Kevin Durant in our first year, and then we'd say, I'm the GM. Right. I'm firing coaches. It doesn't mean it's good, but man, am I jealous. That's awesome.
He gets to run a real-life fantasy basketball team.
Basically.
I'm a fire. Like we all, oh, man, I got to fire my GM, which is normally you. He can really do that. So I think that if it was the Suns, David, to answer your question, it would have been done by now. I think it is probably going to end up being Milwaukee. I don't know where the Suns are going to go.
What's the better job? Let's say the money's equal, and who knows if it is, but what's the better job?
I get to work with Giannis, Milwaukee. I mean, living-wise, Scottsdale versus Milwaukee, yeah, that's not a comparison. But team-wise, you got Giannis, you got Booker, but it also comes with KD, who's KD, and in about a year, he's going to hate being there, and you got to deal with that and move him along.
Yeah, Giannis is the best player of either team. I would rather be in Milwaukee.
Well, living-wise, what's better, L.A. or Scottsdale? Because, speaking of the job for the Suns, Tyronn Lue's name has been thrown out there. He is currently still the Clippers head coach, but the rumors are the Suns want him. Lue only has 1 year left on his deal, and, of course, that gives him all the leverage.
I mean, I just hate L.A. traffic. It's like Chicago and New York. You ever tried driving through that?
Oh, it's worse in L.A.
What?
The traffic in L.A. is worse than New York or Chicago, especially. Right. L.A. is a joke. If you get on the highway.
Scottsdale's beautiful. Especially if you got money. You live in the mountains.
So should they go get Tyronn Lue to be the coach?
Is that the best you could do? See, I guess no, but then again, you had the perfect coach, and you fired him, so I don't know what's Kevin Ollie doing?
Interviewing for the Pistons job. Let's touch on Houston for a second. Houston has options at number 4. They want to trade it, of course, and there's options at free agency. I'm going to give you some free agent names that I've seen from The Athletic, writing an article here. Kelly Iko, who writes for The Athletic, covers the Houston Rockets, reported that the Rockets are expected to be aggressive in free agency with Brook Lopez, Dylan Brooks, Cam Johnson, and Austin Reeves, along with pairing those up with James Harden.
Well, the funny thing is, after I did the research, not you, because you weren't here, but they all laughed at me when I brought up the name Dylan Brooks.
I sure did laugh at you. Now his name is everywhere.
Right. Because he had a bad series, okay? It happens. But other than that, defensively, he's what the Pistons need for toughness, but you didn't ask me about the Pistons.
But here's the thing, though. Dylan Brooks makes sense for Houston if they get James Harden, because it pairs them up. Detroit, who are you pairing them up with?
You're not. You have a team full of not so tough players.
A bust, and then a young second-year player that'll be Jaden Ivey. The bust is Cade.
Cade is
Oh,
not
are you
a bust.
doing
Okay,
this
all
already?
right, all right, not a bust. All right.
From a man who made the prayer happen.
No, from the same man who had the funeral for Jared Goff
He's
and
not
the
a
Lions
bust.
last
He's
year.
not a bust. I'm just
He
joking,
had a funeral.
people.
We're like, David, don't do this.
Just joking.
No, but he would add toughness to the team if he came to the Pistons that they don't have. They're no. But for Houston, the problem is James Harden. He'll be there and he'll tear that team apart in another year, and they'll be back in the lottery.
So let's touch on the L.A. Lakers. They lost last night. Sweet 4-0. Denver Nuggets, they are going to the finals for the first time. But the Lakers have a ton of decisions to make. Decision on Austin Reeves. Decision on Rui Hachimura. They also have a decision here, maybe not, because there's an article that was written this morning saying the Lakers brass have had internal discussions about what a hypothetical trade offer for Trae Young could possibly entail. Trae Young to L.A.?
Listen, something's got to happen because if LeBron 20 years in is dropping 40 points, looking around for help, if he's bringing it, nobody
AD?
else is.
What was he doing last night?
I mean, everybody says, well, why does LeBron seem to need so much help? Are we watching the same game? The guy still has it. They should be still playing. It's not his fault. They do need more bodies, and they do need help because, Anthony Davis isn't getting it done.
He was on the floor half the time, shooting free throws and just falling apart. It's going to cost you more than what they have. Anthony Davis will have to be a part of that trade. If I'm Atlanta, that's the first piece of the puzzle.
You think he would have to be a part of that
I
trade?
don't think necessarily.
David, what else? What other tradable pieces do LA have?
I mean, you make
D'Angelo
a point.
Russell?
I mean,
No. You throw him in.
he's a free agent.
But Rico,
as well.
are you new here? They always find a way to shoehorn in another star on one of these teams. Future firsts until 2055.
three-team
And
trade.
yeah, you throw in another team's assets.
But here's the thing. He's the face of the Hawks. So if I'm giving you that, you got to give me something to sell my fans.
But I will tell you this though, and while you're right, he is the face of Atlanta. The front office has been given, let's say, quote unquote, permission to do whatever to fix the roster.
Or
that includes trading Trae Young. So maybe they decided to just whatever.
Or maybe, guys, I know blasphemy, right? Maybe LA and the management is thinking long term and saying, guys, LeBron's gonna be gone. Maybe we ship him to Atlanta and we bring in Trae Young.
No way.
And we can keep this thing. David, LeBron's getting close to 40? He's already said, I'm only sticking around until my son gets here. Last night, he couldn't even commit to coming back next season. So if you're LA, we talk about it with Eduardo Rodriguez. You got to sell the stock while it's still worth something.
So just tank for LeBron's son then.
He's not that good. He's like the other Howard.
Oh, he's two T's? He's not like...
No, not a Jet's good.
You talking about? Well, I'll just leave that alone. That is your NBA Fast Break.
Brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. The Tigers are looking for
flannel
a
shirt.
series win. This is a great flannel shirt, very comfortable. The Tigers, they might be wearing flannel shirts in Kansas City. They'll send their ace to the mound to try to get a series win tonight against the Royals. Eduardo Rodriguez will aim to bounce back from a rocky start against Pittsburgh last week. Despite that, though, Rico, his ERA just sits a tick over 2 in 9 starts this season. The last place Royals will counter with Mike Myers. The Tigers enter the game in second place, just 2.5 games behind Minnesota. First pitch at 7:40. The pregame show at 7:15 right here on 97.1. The Lions began OTAs in Allen Park today. We'll get a first look at this year's team when the media attends on Thursday. There's plenty happening, though, today in the NFL. We could see a fewer kick returns this season. Owners today approved a new rule that gives returners a touchback if they fair catch inside the 25. The league also expanded its international marketing program, though the Lions are not included. And Tom Brady, he's agreed to buy a minority stake in the Raiders. NBA playoffs tonight. The Heat look to complete a sweep of the Celtics in Miami. Tip off at 8:30. And if the Heat do slam the door closed on the series tonight, they'll face the Nuggets in the finals. The basketball world also buzzing this afternoon after LeBron told reporters last night he will consider retirement this offseason. And NHL playoffs, the Western Conference Finals move to the Lone Star State tonight. The Golden Knights have a 2-0 series lead on my Dallas Stars. Puck drop at 8 o'clock. In the East, the Panthers have a commanding 3-0 series lead on the Hurricanes. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
$97.1. How do you even respond to it? We'll just move on.
Sometimes you give Roberto way too much free time. This is what he comes.
Hey, he has a Memorial Day blitz later in the hour. I have no idea what it is. We have given him something to do.
Boy.
Rico, you weren't here on Friday for Who Said It, but I don't know if they told you. This guy was a disaster. Running back and forth between studios, delay. We'll hope he's got his act together later in the hour. 3:15, I need a verdict from fans on one of the NFL rule changes. Let's get back to the phones, mix in a couple bets for tonight, kind of a shortened on the board. Ryan, you're on 97.1. We were talking DeAndre Hopkins, the demands, criteria he wants for his team. Do the Lions qualify, and would you want them to pursue him? You're on 97.1.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up, bud?
I agree with Rico. I don't think D-Hop, I don't think he would fit on this team right now. Like, he right now, I think like he haven't got to that point yet where he, like probably look at himself on a decline and he would just be happy to be on a roster. Like, I think he still feel he one of the top receivers, and that's what he gonna want. Like the ball coming to him like that, and I don't think we that type of team. He need to go to an established team like that already done won or something like that, or got a culture where where people know that they usually be winning, and he probably would fit there. Like if he went to the Rams or something. But I think we more the way we doing our team is kind of more like how the Patriots, how they usually do it, where like you don't really have anybody that stick out like that, just always, like
Ryan, I would say this
personalities or whatever.
When it came to the Patriots went after Randy Moss, but at that point, I think we all know who was the voice in that locker room. It was Tom Brady. It was my way, Randy. This is how we do things. And they went out there and almost went undefeated. But this team's not ready. I agree with you, Ryan.
Exactly. So, I mean, yeah, if he would have been there, if he would have went there back in like 2001 or whatever, 02, back when Tom was like just starting, it wouldn't have worked or whatever. He would have been like, you got to give me the ball. Like Tom needed guys like Deion Branch and Givens and stuff like that, like guys that ain't going to be like all up on them or whatever. I don't think we really have anybody like on the offensive side. You would put pressure on guys like Amon St. Brown or something like that. They would have to be the guys to check him, and they still young. I don't think he would fit here. He need to go somewhere that
Like if he went to Miami or LA, there's somewhere that's already like kind of been winning a little bit and got like some other veterans where it's like if he don't get like, enough balls or whatever, he'd be okay. I think
Ryan, if he went to
end up being
Miami,
like how it was with Cleveland a few years ago when Odell went there and then like, he didn't fit there.
oh, there's a risk, sure, right? The whole Devo wants the ball cliche. If he went to Miami, they have Waddle and Hill, and it's not like they've been chasing Super Bowls and going on deep postseason runs. I think the Lions and the Dolphins are in a similar tier in terms of like where they stand in the NFL. It's all well and good to say we're going to be the Patriots. This team tried to do that a few years ago. You don't have Belichick. You need players. Right. You need guys who win one-on-one in this league. DeAndre Hopkins, is he a bad dude? People whisper and they say it. I'm not convinced he's a bad dude. I think he's been in bad situations. This team doesn't have a number 2 receiver. They want to win games. They absolutely should be taking it seriously. And Rico, the answer might be he plays for the Chiefs because they need a number 1. Right. They might not get him, but the Lions are absolutely in the conversation.
But here's
should
the thing.
Be anyway.
If he were a good guy, I don't think the Cardinals would pretty much say we're just going to go ahead and cut you. We're done. Think about it. This is a team that needs all the help that they can get. And he's still good. Mm-hmm. He still has a lot left in the tank. Yeah, we're just going to go ahead. You're going to probably have a quarterback out there who needs a strong wide receiver to help him out because you don't have Kyler. You would think because Kyler's not there, he would want to stick around this year because Kyler probably won't even play this year. Nah, we're just going to go ahead and let you go.
All right.
You got to ask yourself why.
We'll put a pin in it. We'll get to the rule change fan issue, 3:15. Rico, you got anything you want to play tonight? I know Mike's not in. We're not going to do all the bells and the whistles, but do you have something you want to put on the board?
I do, and I'm glad I didn't listen to Mike because the bet that Mike put out there lost because Nikola Jokic went off last night, and he had him as the under. But I told you, yeah, it was just going to be a sweep. I'm going to go with another sweep tonight. Glad he's not here. Give me Miami. I'm going to even take the points because I think they're just going to flat out win, and they're going to win big. Give me the Miami minus 1.5 and Jimmy Butler to score over 30 points at plus 245.
That seems great. You know, it's one of those deals you can't guarantee it's going to happen, but doesn't that just feel like the script that's being written? Jimmy's big in the playoffs. Miami should win the game. And that was 2-1, plus 200.
Yeah, here's the thing. Last night, it was in L.A., so the crowd did everything they could.
Willed them.
They wheelchair Jack up in here to make sure that he was going to be there. They kept the Jokic brothers away from him. And in the end, I'm sitting there watching the game in the second quarter when they had a 15-point lead at halftime. I'm like, that's it. I couldn't bet enough money on the Nuggets at halftime. I'm like, I promise you guys, they're not going to win this game.
What I don't get is how the books have been so off on Miami. I understand going into the series if you thought, hey, Celtics are the better team. But one game in, Miami went toe-to-toe, beat them. And then you start really breaking it down. Miami has the best closer in Jimmy Butler. They have the best defensive player in Bam Adebayo. They have a huge edge at head coach.
You know what you see?
And today is in Miami. Yet, Rico, every game until today weren't the Heat dogs?
Yeah.
You could bet them juiced every single night until tonight, and even tonight you're only giving up the 1.5.
Yeah.
That sure feels like the play.
Yeah, that's why you go plus 1.5 Celtics. They're winning tonight.
They're going to show a spine and a backbone tonight?
Look.
They got new players they're
Root
adding?
for radio
new coach?
is they win tonight, get booed at home on Thursday.
That would be pretty great. I have a baseball play, and I'm sure, Kenny, do you have anything in hockey?
Is this a 5-inning thing?
You could bet it 5 innings.
Is it a 9-to-5er?
It's a 9-to-5er. You could bet it 9 innings or 5 innings. Kenny, do you laughing at me over here?
Classic 9-to-5er. This is serious business, Rico.
Do you like your Knights tonight?
I do like the Golden Knights tonight. There is a stat that I wanted to throw out there. That's goals saved above expected. What that means is how many goals are you allowing that you should or shouldn't be? Jake Ottinger is the only goalie right now with that stat in the negative, meaning he's allowing more goals than expected. Everybody else is in the positive, including Aiden Hill, who plays for Vegas, who is playing better. So plus 128. All right. Thanks, David. Good talk.
I don't mind it. They're the better team.
David's taking the Celtics. So.
That's Root for Radio. You really probably should take the Heat tonight.
I mean, This is honestly, you could give me Miami and probably 9.5 points, and I would still say
Because when it
they
gets
will cover.
ugly
Yeah.
and you aren't at home,
when you quit, and it's done. So this has blowout written all over it.
baseball bet tonight.
Here we go.
Orioles against the Yankees. We're going Orioles plus 140, plus 150 if you want to bet it on the 5 innings. Here's the thought. 76% of the bets are on the Yankees. Orioles are 15-6 as an underdog. They're the better team, and the matchup is nice. They're facing Nestor Cortez. He's a lefty. Orioles top 10 hitting left-handed pitching, and they've got a good pitcher on the bump their own right. So I'll go Orioles plus 140 to win tonight in baseball.
Value.
You got to bet dogs in baseball. You can't bet favorites.
I just bet home run.
Value. I gave the people a home run bet on Friday in your honor. It was Lane Thomas. I think I called him Lance. Lane Thomas at plus 500 hit a home run against the Tigers on Friday.
Right.
So there you go.
Thank you.
There you go.
But did Lance hit a home run?
He did not. If you bet Lance, you didn't win. You didn't win any money at all.
Lance Parrish, everybody.
Coming up next, Thursday night football. They're trying to make it cool. They're trying to make it hip. Is it possible? It's 97.1. 97.1, Jim Costa in today. Mike with an impromptu day off. We'll be back tomorrow. Sitting across from Rico. We got a lot of ground to cover. Roberto's Memorial Day Blitz coming up at the end of the hour. We want to get to Thursday night football. Rico, this had been rumored, now official. Thursday night football is getting a little bit of a boost. Games can now be flexed late in the season, weeks 13 through 17. Amazon gets 2 per year. The flexes must be done with 28 days notice. Teams can't play 2 away Thursday night games in a season. They're trying to make Thursday night more attractive.
They can't play 2 away Thursday night games?
That's what this says.
Then that takes the Lions off the books.
Well, because the Lions already have 2,
Yeah.
right? They're playing Green Bay. And right out of the gate, they're playing Kansas City.
Great.
But I want to know how fans feel about this because it's been pointed out. If you're someone who goes to road games, you may buy a ticket for a week 15, 16, or week 17 game. You make plans for that Sunday. You book a hotel, a flight, and then the NFL at the start of the month is going to say, actually, it's a Thursday game, and you got to scramble and change all your plans.
Yeah, and by the way, good luck switching out your flights. We're not going to put anything. But the NFL's been that way for the longest. They don't really care about you. They have grown into this entity where we can do whatever we want. But go ahead.
But even the idea of Thursday night, to me, it's always felt like more of the JV game, like the JV game of the week. The big game is Sunday night and Monday night. The Thursday night's the appetizer at the front of the week. And the exception is, of course, Thanksgiving or the opening game of the season when you're kicking everything off. But all the other Thursday night games to me, Rico, feel like the JV portion of the slate.
And honestly, I would say the opening weekend is big. Thanksgiving for a while even kind of felt the same way, where it wasn't, at least here, it wasn't a marquee matchup. It was Lions and Bears. Lions and fill in blank with other bad teams, Lions and Texans. I look at this, Thursday night has always been that gimmicky night. Even when you look at the Amazon and how they would have to do the thing with the with the metrics where you would follow the play, it would look like a video game.
Oh, yeah, they added that last year. Yeah, that's the other thing. The games aren't even on cable anymore. Like, do you really want your team in the middle of the season, the middle of a playoff push, to get flexed into short rest for a big game? No, the big game should be flexed into prime time at the end of the week, not at the start of the week where you have short rest and you can't even, some people have a hard time finding the game. Not that it's an excuse, but it is harder. I hate the idea that they could be flexing big, meaningful games into Thursday night football.
Go ahead.
Can I give one quick correction? Yes, I know it says 2 away Thursday night games, but technically the first week is not considered Thursday night. It is the opener on NBC, not on Amazon. So week 2 and on is what Thursday night
So
is.
the Lions could still be in this. And here's the thing. When you got to do the gimmicks of the color rush jerseys or different things to play, I'm with you. When I think Thursday night football, I mean, not anymore because Jacksonville is good, but it was like Jacksonville versus Houston.
Tennessee. And
it was versus the Browns. It was like the bottom of the league, and it was background. It was football, but it wasn't like the real games. It was maybe a step above the games in England.
Well,
That get played at 9 o'clock in the morning.
And now they're trying to change the perception by putting bigger, better matchups on Thursday night. And I just wonder if it's possible to change that perception. I don't think it is, and I think you're going to put the best games, the best teams in a lousy situation on a short week, and you're going to disenfranchise fans who would otherwise be excited for that matchup.
See, I think what you're going to have is you're going to have teams like the Lions, like your top-tier teams. I don't think they're moving to Thursday night. I don't think you're going to see the Eagles get, week 13 flexed into Thursday night. No. But a team like the Lions where, let's say they're winning or they're at least interesting, I could easily see them getting moved over. Let's put Detroit back up there. Now, you're right. Now, let's just say you got a team that's playing Vegas and you got this Vegas trip planned. David, and all of a sudden, it's now a Thursday game. You got the hotel room booked. You got your flight booked. You got the time off of work. It's all meaningless.
Yeah, like look at for the Lions, the games that they would play in weeks. This is 13 through 17. So chop out the final week, and it's the 4 weeks prior. It could be at Chicago, which some people here might want to go to. It's a drivable.
Okay, now that one game. You don't have to worry about.
I know
the
flight. Bears aren't very good. But
no, but at least it doesn't screw you over on the flight.
Mm-hmm. You would have the Denver game, which is here. That's a little more doable. At Minnesota and at Dallas. Those are big games against teams that you could be fighting for a playoff spot with, a division title spot with. Those are the type of games that could actually get flexed to Amazon Thursday night. Would you really want to play short week on the road and fans who had previously made plans are being upended? This is only for TV. This is only for Bezos and Amazon and a league partner. Right. Everybody else loses. The players, the teams, the fans. I'd rather play the game at 1 o'clock or the Dallas game is that night game on Saturday night. Yeah. Keep it there.
That one I don't think I don't think that one would get flexed because that's already a night game. Mm-hmm. But yeah, the Minnesota game, especially if it means something, maybe they push that up to Thursday. But yeah, now you're coming off that. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it, even though you get a full month ahead of time. The Chicago game would be the only one if you were going to do it, because even, you take a 30-minute flight, so it's not a lot of wear and tear on the body. Mm-hmm. Fans could actually drive to Soldier Field. It's the only one, if they were included, that I would say, okay. And the beauty of it, well, I guess you really wouldn't need the extra day because I thought Minnesota was the next week. Like, you get 10 days to prepare for the Vikings.
No, there's Denver in the middle.
It's Denver.
Cam, let's get your thoughts. Cam, how do you feel about the flexing of Thursday night football late in the season?
Yeah, you got me?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you guys just answered my question is that I couldn't remember what week they were talking about for that, but my brother's getting married next spring, and we're trying to plan his bachelor party, and we've been talking about heavily talking about going to that New Orleans game. And I guess that's going to be the week or two prior to this whole thing. So I guess that won't affect our travel plans too much, and we can just kind of motor on through with the rest of our planning now. But, yeah, that's what we were really concerned about and talking about today is, like, holy crap, do we even try and plan anything, or we just kind of do it last minute to see what's going to happen? But you got, like, 12 people that are going to be potentially going. So, yeah, it really sucks for the fans to do that to people that are traveling.
Well, it's one thing to get flexed into Sunday night from Sunday during the day. Like, you can work around that a little easier. But if it's from Sunday backwards to Thursday, you can't make that
Sunday night
up.
means, okay, we got to extend and get one more day with the hotel type of thing. But, yeah, I was wondering that New Orleans game, too, but it's just week.
Well, hold on. Technically, week 13, David, isn't that part of this? Doesn't the New Orleans game fall into it?
Week 13 is a part of it, yes.
So at New Orleans. Yeah, so don't buy those tickets, Cam.
Yeah, going to have to figure something out, I guess.
Yeah, that sucks because thanks, Raj. By the way, set to get extended by the NFL. Yeah, you got to rope them in. So it's New Orleans, Chicago, Denver, Minnesota, Dallas, weeks 13 through 17 for the Lions that are subject to an Amazon Prime Flex Thursday night game.
And now that I'm looking at it, maybe they would have the advantage if they flex the New Orleans game.
Because they're coming off Thanksgiving.
It's coming off of Thanksgiving, so it would still be 7 days.
That's the game I would see as the most feasible.
But isn't that one of the games if you're going to go to as a fan? Like Cam's bringing it up for part of a bachelor party. Arrowhead right out of the gate would be fun to go to. But outside of that, New Orleans?
Oh,
come on.
New Orleans and Dallas. My neighbor is trying to go there. And he's like, yeah, he was hoping it was going to be at New Year's Eve so he could be down there. But, yeah, that's one of those games that at least if the Lions got flexed into the New Orleans game, you wouldn't be on a short schedule because you would have played the Packers on Thanksgiving, and then that's that next week.
That's maybe the best for the team, not better for the fans.
See, you know who to blame here. Of course, we know TV, money, all that rules here. But it's Al Michaels is who we need to be blaming here.
He didn't even want to be there.
He complained every week about the matchup and what was going on in the game. And I think Bezos looked at that and said, okay, look, I'm embarrassed here. My own play-by-play guy doesn't want to be here. Make a change, NFL.
David, what you are seeing, this is on a grander level of what we talked about yesterday. When you sell your soul and you pay the money, and you cash those checks from the networks, you don't realize that the networks is calling the shots. So it's what we talked about when Michigan State's going to take Penn State on a Black Friday. But I don't want them to play. Well, you already cashed a check. It doesn't matter. We're going to move this to make our lives convenient. We want the best matchup because we want people to watch. Same's going to happen with the NFL. You signed a deal with Amazon, and Amazon got tired of crap games. NBC said, you got to give us better games, Big Ten. We need some more marquee teams. So you got Ohio State, Michigan State. You're going to have Michigan State, Penn State in November at night because you signed this deal. Lions fans, you wanted more primetime games. You can't complain if you get one of these flex games because last year, all I heard was the disrespect card. Nobody cares about us. You were 1 o'clock Sunday. I knew exactly where you were all the time until they finally flexed you in week 18.
If the Lions get flexed to a Thursday night game, they will play 4 Thursday night football games this season. The opener at Green Bay, Thanksgiving hosting Green Bay, and the flexed game. Thursday night games, to me, don't carry the same cachet.
Thursday night game, but see, maybe it's because you're on the cusp, but you haven't crashed the party
You're not
yet.
getting the big time.
Right.
Sunday night, they earned it last year. But see, the difference was they got flexed from Sunday to Sunday.
Okay, and let's be real. They didn't get flexed into Sunday. They happened to be playing Aaron Rodgers in his final game at Green Bay. Whoever Green Bay was playing that week was going to get flexed. It just so happened to be you.
How do you feel about it? Lions fan, football fan, these games are going to get flexed. You get 28 days notice. How do you feel as a fan? How does it impact the team? 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
Guys, you've heard me talk about Specs at LTU, and, well, I'm here to tell you about it again because they're waiting for you to give them a call, to go online, to set yourself up to get your career started. Whether you want to do radio and you want to be in that broadcast art media program or the digital media arts program, or you're really good with computers and graphics communications program can be the place for you. Be curious. Make the magic happen by enrolling in Specs at LTU. It's kind of cool because as I walk through the Odyssey building, I see a ton of my former students walking through the building. Why? Because they went to Specs. They got what it took to make it here and to be working in this business. That could be you as well. But you got to get started today. It's very simple. Make that magic. Go to ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs. Get your career started today. And you can go for a digital media arts program, the broadcast media arts program, or the graphics communication program. Specs at LTU. Get started today.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers are trying for a series win tonight in Kansas City, and they'll send their ace to the mound to try and get that done. Eduardo Rodriguez will aim to bounce back from a rocky start against Pittsburgh last week. Despite that, though, his ERA sits just a tick over 2 in 9 starts this season. The last-place Royals will counter with Mike Myers. The Tigers enter the game in second place, just 2.5 games behind Minnesota. First pitch at 7:40. The pregame show at 7:15 right here on 97.1. Plenty of Red Wings were on the ice today at the World Championship. Lucas Raymond and Jonathan Berggren helped Sweden to beat the U.S. and Carter Mazer. Mo Seider in Germany picked up a shutout win over France, and Dominik Kubelik's Czech Republic team lost to Canada. Oli Mata, he's on the ice right now with Team Finland. You can watch all the Wings represent their home countries on the NHL Network. I'm Luke Sloan. More at 4 o'clock or at 971theticket.com.
Yeah, you can tell most of those guys return flights to Toronto, get that Matthews trade done. Anyway, 97-1, Jim Costa in. Missed the fun yesterday. You guys got to bring Matthews to Detroit. Kenny, I know you're working diligently back there.
Kenny's working the phones.
He's passing on to the guys.
He is. He's passing on to Stevie.
We brought up Thursday Night Football. David, ticket text on the idea of these games being flexed late in the year to Thursday night.
Thursday night flex games will make for some interesting fantasy football, they say. They want to drive revenue to TV, not the stadiums. More gambling on TV versus in person.
Oh, TV's where they make their money. I mean, everybody used to say, well, I pay your salary when I go to the game. Kind of. It's more important that you watch because that's where the deals and the money come from. That was the best, Rico, when people would call it, I'm paying your salary.
Yeah.
Okay, sure you are.
This is in 1965. Who cares if the Lions get games flex? As long as they are winning, the only thing I care about is winning and playoff wins.
Okay, tough guy. Here's the reason why. Okay, because apparently you're only going to watch it from your couch. But you know what? There are a lot of people. When the schedule came out, my neighbor was like, oh, my God, I'm going to this game. I'm going to this game. I'm going to this game. They plan trips. You heard Cam, the guy, saying, hey, we were going to New Orleans because the Lions are playing. Bachelor party. You want to go and experience it. And unlike tough guy here, you know, there is sometimes it's fun to be in the opposing stadium to watch your team win.
Rico, I have a friend who goes to one road game every year with his dad. It's a father-son trip.
Yeah.
They see a new NFL stadium. This year, it's obvious they're going to go to the opener in Arrowhead. But if for some reason they couldn't do that, you probably want to go late in the year, one of those venues. You book a hotel, you plan a flight, you work your schedule. All of a sudden, it's on Thursday. And, yeah, I know people are going to say they're giving them 28 days notice. It doesn't make your life any easier.
No, because
to have to reschedule, rebook, cancellation fees, the whole thing.
You want a good flight, you book it now.
Yep.
And it's not an arm and a leg. You book a flight 28 days out. Once they see the schedule change.
With everybody else?
Oh, cough, cough. Every airline just all of a sudden hit that button and it costs you $300 more each way.
Oh, and that's all they're waiting for is that flex game getting moved, and boom.
And David, to the point about all I care about is my team winning. Correct. If the Lions are winning, they'll be more likely to be flexed. But do you want your team to go on the road on short notice and even the playing field? I don't. I'd rather them get flexed onto Sunday night or Monday night, get the extra day, extra night to get ready.
This Thursday Night Football brought to you by Marriott.
So, yes, some people do care. I know you don't just win games, but if you want to win those games, you don't want them on a short week. Good luck with that.
Guys get beat up. The Lions already have a bunch of midweek games. Tack another one on. You're just asking for injuries. You're asking for bad things to happen to you.
Because I'm looking at potential games, and maybe one of the Thursday night games could also, that wouldn't hurt them, is the week after the Broncos because they play on a Saturday.
Yeah,
and then you would get, an extra day because you're not playing on a Sunday, an extra day of rest. It's at Minnesota, but
no, I think the one most likely to get flexed is the one that we've all circled, which is
the Bears.
Well, the Bears or Minnesota. Minnesota's a big game. If they hold up their end of the bargain, both the Lions and the Vikings, tell me that game's not going to be tantalizing to move up to Thursday night.
See, my question now, though, is with all the flexing, with Sunday Night Football, Thursday Night Football, who gets the priority?
It's a good question.
Because
so Amazon only gets 2.
Okay.
2, right? That's
yeah.
Now, Does that mean they get priority over Sunday night?
Right, because if
over NBC?
NBC says, no, we want that Vikings game.
Right.
Do they win it?
It's a good question.
Unless
don't
they've
know.
not made their two
David,
choices.
This is the easiest thing. Who wrote the bigger check?
Probably Amazon.
Whoever wrote the bigger check.
Right now,
gets-
yeah.
Whoever wrote the bigger check gets to pick
No,
first.
the guy's
NBC's
got-
already been a few years. There's probably less.
But how much of this is who's the bigger partner? Who's the one when you go to
NBC
re-up?
would. NBC would.
Who's the one putting you out on regular cable? Who's more reliably cutting you checks? Who's going to cut you an even bigger check when they're up for renewal? Part of me thinks it's still going to be NBC.
What does Kevin Warren negotiate for?
248.
You know what? We'll compromise. It'll be on Peacock. How about that?
It'll be on after a Pac-12 game. Lifetime's got you covered.
This is what happens, folks. When they started accepting that money, you're good luck. Honestly, kind of like our caller Cam, when it comes to if you were going to see the Saints or the Bears or the Vikings or the Cowboys, you may want to hold off on buying those tickets.
The
Now, the
Cowboy
Cowboys,
is
I think,
probably
is pretty
safe.
safe because that's ESPN, ABC. That's a Sunday night. And they're the Cowboys.
It's Saturday night, but
yeah.
But they've made that's a primetime game. They're not going to take from one to the other.
Oh yeah, they're considered that a Monday night.
It's technically a Monday night special on Saturday night. It's the end of the year. It's the 30th. It's like
But
right
the other
before New
games
Year's.
are 1 o'clock or TBA.
Yeah, those
Broncos
are,
is a TBA.
At least it's a home game.
It could be a Saturday. It could be a Sunday. So it can get flexed the day as well.
All right, we'll see if Roberto is sober, alert, ready. If he's hearing delay. Coming up next, the Memorial Day Blitz. Roberto, bring your A game. It's 97.1. Inside a week till Memorial Day, you guys are going to sprinkle these in all throughout the week. And Roberto struts to center stage. Take it away.
All right, guys. Well, let's start off. Well, Memorial Weekend is almost upon us, and a lot of us are going to be manning the grill. Am I wrong with that?
By manning the grill, some of us will be cooking hot dogs, and some of us will be making real things.
Well, right. So it covers the whole spectrum. Exactly. So what I've prepared today is the top grilling accessories for 2023. David, can I get a little of that happy peacetime grilling music? Ah.
Is this what you're playing when you...
Yes, we're in the backyard. You can see it now. You're smelling the grass. It's a beautiful thing.
This is a lute?
All right, here we go. So the most important accessory for grilling, obviously, but a lot of people take it for granted, is a good pair of tongs. Am I right?
Yeah.
I love thongs.
So, no, tongs!
Oh, tongs! I'm so sorry.
For God's sake. Well, you can wear that while you're grilling, too. It's totally up to you. But, you know, I am a guy that does take it for granted because sometimes all I can find around the house is like the ones that are just a little too short and you end up burning the hair off your arm. But not with this accessory, the Shark Barbecue Grill Tongs. They're stainless steel with a silicone handle, and they're very long, so you don't have to worry about burning yourself. Must have.
Say what you want to say. Look like you got something you want to say.
No, because I don't know. Nope. You know what, Roberto?
I want to hear it now.
You need some nice long tongs.
That's fine.
Sure enough, we all could use it.
That is fine. You know what? Yeah, I
put it on the list.
Yeah. You know what? Honestly, I actually got heat-resistant gloves. Makes it easier.
Wow.
Funny. That's number 2 actually on the list are the Rapica barbecue gloves, which I know that Rico is a fan of those. And you tell me if I'm wrong. I believe that it's not just for handling hot food and stuff, but also it's a way to not get your hands all with sauce on them or grease and stuff.
No,
it keeps your hands nice and clean, right? It does not.
That's not what they're for.
Two different things. Those would be the rubber gloves.
Oh, right.
That you use.
These are the ones. Yeah,
Thank
these
you,
are the
Cookies.
rubber
There are
ones.
2 different things here.
Wait, you actually wear the gloves when you grill? Because I always thought that was kind of a soft thing to do. You shouldn't wear the gloves if you're going to grill. You should just...
No, you mean the rubber gloves or
either glove?
Oh no, the rubber gloves are.
Thought that was like a man's thing. If you're wearing gloves, you're not a real man type of thing.
If there's a ton of stuff on the grill with the heat-resistant gloves, I can grab whatever it is I want, and not with the tongs. Sometimes it's
going to break
and
apart.
It slips through the grates.
Where you could just grab it with your hand, flip it over, do whatever.
Yeah, I like
I
that.
see the value. I don't have them.
Yeah, I think I got to invest
Now,
in
the
that.
rubber gloves, that's more when you're putting the sauce on and all of that. No, you don't cook in the rubber gloves. No. Roberto, maybe. No.
Fire
Let me write
hazard.
that down. Make a note of that. Next one here is the ThermoPro wireless meat thermometer. So it's wireless. You just take this little gadget and set it to the side, and it'll give you an exact reading, which I need.
What were you saying about your grill the other day?
Yes,
You were not here, Rico.
Mike was chastising me that he believes that my the temperature gauge on my barbecue is broken because it's not getting hot enough. It's telling me it's hot, but it's taking me an hour to cook hamburgers.
And
they're
broken.
still not cooked all the way. Yeah, you're
Thank
gonna have.
you. You have the same conclusion as everybody
But
else.
this guy just keeps doing it, thinking the next time it's gonna be good.
I might do it tonight.
Come on.
It's broken, and you just need a new grill.
Like Rico, the first time it happened to you, you go, "Oh, something's busted." You wouldn't just then go
And what a
back out
great-
the next day and go, "I hope it's better."
And isn't this the perfect time of the year to go buy a new barbecue?
Oh yeah, exactly. You're gonna be the guy showing up to the play there.
No, actually, it's not.
No, that's what I'm
That's what
saying.
he's
The
saying.
prices are jacked
They're
up.
gonna be like, "Oh, hey, we got this guy hook, line, and sinker,
You know what?
baby."
My cousin told me about this guy. He brought a chrome car from him. Yes! He's here!
Yeah, you got any grills to match this car I'm driving?
We got extra chrome. And the chrome makes the meat more aerodynamic, so it's going to cook faster.
He's nodding his head. Yeah, that sounds
Roberto's
good.
like,
yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
I'd pay an extra $500 for that.
Okay. Yeah, Roberto, if the thermostat is not working, it's considered broken. So
I'll have to look into it.
Yeah. David, are you
No need to look into it. It's broken. Get a new one.
are you a thermostat type of guy?
No.
See, I'm not either, but I don't want to come across as a snob.
No, it's if you do it enough, you
Kenny,
learn kind of like.
If you do it enough, yes, you
right,
do know.
you know when it's ready.
And
you know
it's
when it's
trial
not.
and error. Maybe you screw up a couple times, but you're eventually going to figure it out.
Or you sacrifice one, you slice it open and see. And that's it. And if it's not, okay, you feed it to the dog.
Squirrels in my case.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Here's another one. I know that Jimmy Powers is a big fan of these. Tells me about them often. This is the Grill Gourmet Cedar Grilling Planks.
Fish.
Yeah, so let's put his salmon on there, season it up, and cook it on that cedar plank. Comes out delicious.
Or as you say, salmon.
Salmon.
Yeah, you got to make sure you submerge it in water first.
Yeah, my father uses those.
Because if not,
correct.
You're gonna have a black.
burn it.
I didn't even think
You're gonna
about
have blackened salmon.
Blackened grill.
Right. All of a sudden, you got a new fire on the grill.
You got a bonfire.
Right. So yeah, you have to.
So you soak it in water first.
Probably overnight.
Yeah, when my sister decides to use them, yes, it is an overnight thing. It's what she does, which everyone should do.
Right.
Same when you use those the wooden skewers too. They say to soak those overnight as well.
Because most people think, oh, this is great, and you put it's
they're charred black
tender.
before your food's not
Boom.
even ready.
The meat's not.
And I don't know that by experience. It's just what I've read.
Kenny, you got anything to say about any of this?
He doesn't
Grilling,
grill.
yeah, I love it. I do it all the time.
He just
can't
waits
grill
for
a
me to show
sandwich.
up.
Grilled salmon. It's my favorite thing.
Right, Kenny just waits for me to show up with stuff. Matter of fact, it's funny. Cookies just asked me about something. I was like, I'll
Yeah,
make
Kenny
it
likes
next
to
week.
eat. He likes to eat barbecue. Now this accessory I like because it saves you from making a big mess. It looks nice. It's like kind of like a stainless steel looking like coffee cup type of thing. It's the Cuisinart sauce pot and basting brush set. So you got like the basting brushes on top of the lid. You know, you keep it nice, and you got your barbecue sauce or whatever sauce you desire to put on your food.
Is this necessary?
And
I
it's
guess I'm
dishwasher
just
safe.
old school.
It's not.
You got a bowl. You got a cup. You're fine. I don't need this fancy stuff.
Oh, it's fancy. We're
It
getting
really
fancy.
is. If you've done this a long time, you probably have. If you're smart, you got a cast iron pot that you don't clean. You just wipe it down and then and then it keeps the flavors in there and it maintains it and it makes it easier. So yeah, that's what you would do if you've done it a while. If you're Roberto, you have this.
I just squirt the barbecue
Fancy,
sauce right on.
let's just call it fancy looking grill that undercooks the meat.
You got all this fancy stuff, but the food doesn't taste good.
But I got chrome on it, guys.
No, it's stainless steel. What's going on? Why is it not tasting
State
good?
of the art.
That's chrome. That's not stainless steel, Roberto.
Now, this one's debatable. Is this fancy or is this actually a good idea? Is the Weber Deluxe Grilling Basket. So, you put your vegetables in there so things aren't falling through the grates, and you can put, all kinds of stuff in that basket.
I'm a fan, yeah.
No, that's actually
Shrimp.
That's actually a smart idea because if not, a lot of guys you lose a lot of vegetables to the bottom of the grill.
Yep. And that's not good for the bottom of the grill either.
Or you can just get a griddle and you don't need that.
Or you can get a griddle and you can put it on the griddle. David, I'll
You
let
said that a little too smug.
Nah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did
David,
I?
you know
I
what?
apologize.
I'll let you know what that griddle life is like because I bought myself one for Christmas. So
nice.
I've yet to break it in, but that's coming this summer.
They say bacon on that is fantastic.
No, not mine.
Oh, yeah. I forgot.
Unlike Roberto buying the grill, tomorrow.
You got yours in the off season.
I got mine in the off season
Yeah.
right before Christmas when it was pretty much dirt cheap.
Could you imagine going out and trying to buy a grill right before Memorial Day weekend? Like, do they just laugh at you as you walk in?
Yeah, I'm here for a
Seriously.
grill and a lawnmower. Can you help me?
Right. This is the guy saying, My cousin told me about this man, and I thought he was making it up. He bought a used car from him. They're still laughing. He's now buying it. As a matter of fact, let me FaceTime him. Look who's here.
And when I go to the dealership, they pretend that they've never seen me before after I rolled off the lot.
Roberto's the guy the day before the first snowstorm. Snowblower, time to go to the store, see what they got in stock.
If you time it up right, I got a great grill, but it was funny because I'm like, it was like $1,400, but it was $500.
Yeah.
And I told the guy, I'm not walking away. I'll take the floor model, go do it. He was like, well, we got to sell you the one in the back. Don't care. I'm not walking away from this. You go do what you got to do. It took like 45 minutes, and I'm like, you're not deterring me. This one's coming home with me.
Why was he trying to talk you out of it? Because they're not allowed to do that?
No, because he was like, well, we already have one, but it's in the back. I'm like, well, then go find it. But if not, I'm taking this one. But yeah, you get them in the off season, Roberto. But
Yeah,
yours
I know.
is broken.
I know at the end of the season, you can get them real cheap. I do know that.
Yours
so.
is broken. I would recommend you got to go get something. You know what? You may be able to catch some type of a deal for Memorial Day. But if it's taking you an hour to cook burgers, yeah.
Now, do you recommend that I assemble it myself?
No.
I think that's maybe what's wrong with this one.
What could possibly go
Ryan,
wrong?
I don't even know how to say this in a nice way. So I'm just going to say pay the extra $50, $100 and let them do it.
All right, I'll take your advice on that because, I did it once and it was a nightmare. Total nightmare. Well, there you go, guys. Good luck grilling over the weekend. And think of me while you're doing that, while you're drinking a lovely beverage. Thank you.
Beverage.
Not right now.
Brought to you by Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield. The Tigers are looking for a series win tonight in Kansas City, and they'll send their ace to the mound to try and get it done. Eduardo Rodriguez will aim to bounce back from a rocky start against Pittsburgh last week. Despite that, though, his ERA still sits just a tick over 2 in 9 starts this season. The last-place Royals will counter with Mike Myers. The Tigers enter the game in second place, just 2.5 games behind Minnesota. First pitch at 7:40. The pregame show at 7:15 right here on 97.1. The Lions began OTAs in Allen Park today. We'll get a first look at this year's team when the media attends on Thursday. There's plenty, though, happening today in the NFL. We could see fewer kick returns this season. Owners today approved a rule that gives returners a touchback if they fair catch inside the 25. The league also expanded its international marketing program, though the Lions are not included. Plus, Tom Brady has agreed to buy a minority stake in the Raiders. NBA playoffs tonight. The Heat look to complete a sweep of the Celtics in Miami. Tip off at 8:30. If the Heat do slam the door closed on that series tonight, they'll face the Nuggets in the finals. The basketball world also buzzing this afternoon after LeBron told reporters last night he will consider retirement this offseason. And in the NHL playoffs, the Western Conference Finals move to the Lone Star State tonight. The Golden Knights have a 2-0 series lead on the Stars. Puck drop at 8. In the East, the Panthers have a commanding 3-0 series lead on the Hurricanes. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yeah, if you're out on the boat this Memorial Day weekend, have a beverage or two.
Like I am right now.
Just to be clear, it's 4 o'clock on a Tuesday. Just so we're all on the same page.
I thought it was just me that heard beverage, but I let it go. There's a lot of stuff I just let go in that segment. I just didn't want David throwing the flag. It would have been
I would have loved it.
No, it was just, you know what? Pace yourself. We have all summer.
Off to a great start this wick. Am I right, Roberto?
Oh. I love it.
I'm just saying, you're doing this to yourself. All right, we wanted to get to some of the news from last night.
Yeah, an hour to cook burgers. Just get a frying pan at that point.
We'll do an NBA fast break later in the hour, but the story from last night, in addition to the Nuggets going to their first NBA Finals in team history, it's what LeBron said after the game. Everybody's thought he's going to stick it out until Bronny's in the NBA and they're going to play together and it's going to be father and son and it's going to be so poetic. Record scratch. Last night he said, I got to think about some things. And when he was pressed, he said he might not be back next season. Rico, Tom Brady's gone. If LeBron retires, it's a major changing of the guard in terms of the guy in sports.
Yeah.
If LeBron retires, who's the face of sports?
Right. The guy that
the dude.
Whether you follow the sport or not,
everybody
you know
knows
who he
him.
is.
Yeah.
Everybody knows who Tom Brady is. Everybody knew who LeBron was. Whether you liked him or hated him, you knew who he was. He walks away, and you've had both now in consecutive years that have been around for over 20 years apiece. I don't know. I don't know who that guy is. The best one I can come up with, maybe
Mahomes?
I was going to say Steph Curry.
Yeah, probably Steph. Casual people know Steph. Even people who aren't sports fans know Steph.
But Steph doesn't look like a basketball player.
That's been the appeal to him. But you're right. Some of the appeal is everybody can shoot, right? Go out to a park and pretend to be Steph Curry. Not everybody can pretend to be LeBron, but there was something about that made him the face, the guy.
Right. The funny thing is, a lot of the guys now are former players, are the Charles Barkleys of the world, doing the commercials, doing all of that stuff that people recognize. I don't know who that next guy is, that next athlete that transcends sports, that becomes just the face of the everyday person that you want to go see, that you want to watch, that you want to follow, that you have a strong opinion on. You love him or you hate him. Maybe Mahomes, but I don't know too many people.
No,
I mean, because
you're
here's the
onto
thing.
something though. LeBron is love and hate.
Right.
Everybody loves Steph. Everybody loves Mahomes. They're fun. Look at this circus.
Right.
Play.
Brady, that was love and hate. For as many people who loved him, there's a bunch of people who called him a cheater, and he played on this team, and he was this. I don't know who that guy is. Giannis. Everybody loves. Who doesn't like Giannis?
Yeah, he's getting the 50-piece nuggets.
Right.
Like everybody loves Giannis.
Right. I mean, when you sit here and you watch, I think it was the first time he had Oreos and he described the experience. It's like a little kid for the first time eating ice cream, and his eyes were like, oh my God. And I woke my girlfriend up and I'm like, look at this. And she's like, yeah, now try him in milk. And then I tried him in milk. Oh my God.
So maybe we start there. I mean, I want to know if you believe he actually would retire, but whether it's this offseason or next offseason, we have to consider his mortality as an athlete. Who will replace him as the guy who is most polarizing, the biggest face that you love and hate in all of sports? Brady's gone. LeBron's contemplating it. 248-539-9797. Do you buy it, by the way? Do you think this is it for him?
No, I what I think this is posturing. I think this is kind of telling the Lakers, this isn't the team. And I know I'm LeBron James and I put this team together, but this isn't the team. A lot of holes here. We need to revamp some things. We need to get rid of some people. We need to bring some people in. Or, you know, the rumor came out that they were looking at Trae Young and making some type of a trade. Maybe he's the centerpiece. Maybe this is his way of getting out of L.A. without looking like a jerk, because he kind of orchestrated the move to L.A. and to be a Laker, and maybe he sees the mortality. This team is gone.
Could you blame him, though? If you watched last night, the guy drops 31 in the first half. Vintage LeBron. I mean, the last time he dropped 30 in the first half, he had that look in his eye with the Heat, and he was staring down the Celtics. Dude's doing it again 20 years into his career. It's obvious. He can still play. I think he could still be the best player on a championship team. And I think he knows it, which is why I think it's crazy that he would retire. But you're right. There has to be a shakeup, either him in L.A. or him somewhere else.
I think that he may be contemplating, what if I just leave L.A.? I know I got a house here. My son's going to be playing out here. But when you lose, I kind of don't take what athletes say for the next 72 hours after a series-ending loss, because you're all in your feelings and emotions right now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of like that cooling off period. He kind of needs a couple of days to really sit there and figure out what's next. But I think he is thinking, do I want to be back in L.A.? Can I win in L.A.? Am I washed up? Now, I think he'll watch highlights of the game and be like, nah, that wasn't on me. That was these other bums out there in the yellow jerseys. It wasn't me. I mean,
There was a whole lot of LeBron save us. Here, you take the ball. You take the shot. And
look, when you got Tristan Thompson out there,
that's a point.
You've hit the bottom of the chili pot.
That's a good point.
Guys, we're in a strange spot in sports. And I know people may not care about the sports I'm about to bring up when it comes to these names, but the names they care about. We lost Tom Brady, you mentioned. LeBron James is now talking about retirement. Serena Williams hung it up. Mm-hmm. And Tiger Woods is basically semi-retired.
I was going to say Tiger Woods may be that guy, but, it's now to the point where it's not love-hate with him. It's just you feel sorry. He's almost a charity case.
Those are four big names.
That's a generation. Sports. I mean, it's a generation because Brady played 20-plus years. LeBron's playing 20-plus years.
Serena's done it longer than that.
Long time.
All
Tiger's
of them have
done it, yeah.
Well, outside of Tom Brady, all the rest of the three that I just named were all talked about as children, as kids, teenagers. Yeah. And now they're gone.
Yeah.
Well, not dead, but gone. Like retired.
David just killed off 4 people.
Sorry.
R.I.P.
That sounded rough.
Coming up at 4:30, the funeral. Right. David's going to have a eulogy prepared.
In memoriam. But I don't know who the next people are. That not that you love, because you're right. Everybody loves Steph. I mean, the most you hear is the silly little mouthpiece. Okay, but you still like watching him play. Giannis, yeah, I mean, Patrick Mahomes, he's fun to watch.
Well, and let's say what it is. It can't be, sorry, Kenny, it can't be a hockey player. It can't be a baseball player. I mean, maybe
the closest is Shohei Ohtani.
But none of it's bad. It's all good. It's all modern day Babe Ruth.
Right.
And
I hate to say it, most people, if he came and delivered a pizza to you for DoorDash, you wouldn't know who he was.
I mean, David, you're showing your kid videos of Ronald Acuna, but I don't know that he's going to sniff the rarefied air that we're talking about with guys like Brady and LeBron, the changing of the guard. Who's the guy, if LeBron does retire this offseason or next offseason, once he's played with his son, I mean, eventually he's going to retire. I think we're all kind of confronting what life would be like without LeBron playing. David, I do want to mix in something that you shared with me today, because the reaction to last night's loss, it had you feeling a type of way.
It did.
We'll get to that as well. It's 97-1.
Baseball and hockey playoffs are in full swing. You're hearing us talking about it right now, and Xfinity connects me with more of the great games that I love, especially the overtime hockey. Kenny, it is fun to watch. With Xfinity Internet, I get all that at the speed that I need at a great price. And you can get the speed that you need at a great price thanks to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. Enjoy all your favorite apps, all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows. I was just telling some guys about a couple of the shows that I love to stream and games. That means I can get the latest scores as they happen, injury updates. Heck, I can even get stuff at who just hit the transfer portal. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or simply drop into a local Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
LeBron James and the Lakers swept last night. He shared after the game he's contemplating retirement, being done. People have also said, well, what about playing with Bronny? Wasn't that the plan? And he said, hey, that might not be Bronny's dream. That's my dream. Might not be my son's dream. It throws into question, did he play his last game in the NBA? And I'm skeptical. I think he's going to come back. He's still got it. I think he proved it last night. But this conversation forces us to consider who the face of sports would be in a world post Tom Brady and post LeBron James. And I think some ticket texters may have nailed this.
Yeah, because I think the other thing that's missing is you need somebody, because you love or hate them because they win all the time. And LeBron won titles, and people, well, he won titles in so many different cities. What you can't really count that. Actually, you can.
He went to 10 straight finals?
Right.
And Brady played in how many Super Bowls? 8?
But then it was the Patriots cheated, and they did all of that, and that's why they won all the Super Bowls. So you kind of need that. But a couple of people, they are missing the titles. But I do think if they won a couple of titles, one, I came up with 3 names. Tell me if I'm on or off. Luka Doncic. A lot of people love him. A lot of people hate him. He kind of has that playground type of thing where he gets in your face and mocks you, has that little smile like, you can't guard me. I know I'm out of shape, but you still can't guard me.
I don't hate it, but he needs more team success. It's not his fault, but I looked up. Brady's had 10 Super Bowl appearances. LeBron 10 straight, and I think 11 total finals appearances. You have to be in our face at the end of the season every year for a decade to rival what these two just did. Luka's never been to an NBA Finals.
I said they need titles.
Yeah.
This next guy, Lord knows he needs a title. But I think this is one that if he just got one title, it would be enough. Because he's already polarized.
Who?
Lamar Jackson.
Yes.
Lamar Jackson is so polarizing right now that if he won one Super Bowl, it would be enough that all his fans would say, see, I told you. And all the haters would be like, but he only got one.
Still can't make plays from the pocket.
Right. It was the defense. It was the kicker. It was this, that won it.
Do it again. Yeah.
Fluke, Flacco won one. What does it matter? He won one.
Now, that's the other one, the last one I had, you know what? If you would have told me this maybe about a month ago, I think you guys would agree. It would be Ja Morant. Because Ja, once again, is polarizing. He's just going to work himself out the league. So, you know what? We're just going to take him off the list.
David, if you
Ja, come on back in the house.
David, if you could read some ticket text, I think the people might have stumbled onto the name I think is going to be the next guy.
Okay, I hope I collected that one. One says, why not Cade? Is that the one?
It was not the one I was thinking of. I would love it to be Cade.
Someone says Sidney Crosby. I mean, no.
Plays
Austin
hockey.
Reeves to Detroit. He will be the next guy.
He didn't want to come the first time.
It's a guy.
Ohtani.
No, it's a guy that Rico pointed to the TV earlier and acknowledged that they just keep talking about him.
Oh. You're right.
In the biggest media market, the most important position, Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers, yeah.
And he has a title.
Now, he'd have to stick around. But yeah, it might be a short-lived era as the guy in sports, but I think he's the dude.
Right now, you know what? He will be the seat filler.
Yeah.
Until the next guy comes around.
Until you're Luka or somebody else.
Like I said, if Lamar Jackson won a Super Bowl this year, he would be that guy.
Yeah, you need someone in the NFL who's villainous, who's great,
that you're
who
sick
could
of
still
seeing.
win.
Right.
Yes.
But it's like, okay, every time you get sick of Steph, then they lose. But when they lose, he has a great game. Or, he's a good guy. Like Draymond, people just hate.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think Draymond is that type of person. But I don't really know too many people who hate Steph Curry.
So we'll keep taking it. Phone calls, ticket text, 248-539-97. Well, that's what I wanted to get to, David. You were so frustrated, upset, worked up because of how people responded last night after the game.
And I really didn't want to have to do this last night, but I did go on Twitter because I was seeing some things that I didn't like. And I'm not a LeBron fan, but people immediately jumped on, well, Jordan wouldn't have got swept in the playoffs, and hating on LeBron for the results in the series and last night. And I jumped on Twitter and I said, you know what? People need to relax a second. You don't need to immediately compare him to Jordan in every situation. Can you just let it breathe and just give him credit for what he did last night? He's the only Laker that showed up last night. The only one.
It's David's first day on social media.
No, it's nothing new. It's nothing new.
It was irritating.
But like, why was
and I hate LeBron.
But like, of all the times to dunk on the dude, he's like nearly 40 and drops 40, and he's the only guy who showed up with their backs against the wall. Like, if you're gonna dunk on someone,
where's the AD dunk?
Come on.
This is your first day in social media. Okay. When it comes to pointless arguments that people are ready to just die for, this is one. LeBron versus Jordan. It will go on and on and on until somebody new comes around, and then we'll talk about LeBron versus Wembayama or LeBron versus this guy. And then it's like LeBron versus Cade Cunningham. And now you're going back and forth like, well, LeBron did this in this amount of years. Well, Cade did this and this amount. That's what people do.
But you know what I think it is? It's something that I think takes away from what we're actually watching, where it's not about what the Nuggets did or even the effort LeBron gave. It then turns into some silly debate that's been had 55 million times instead of a recognition of what the moment is. Like, when LeBron's gone, I don't know if people realize the void that it creates. Like, we've been talking about it. I think
will be a void.
We take for granted what he is. He is arguably the greatest player of all time. He's been put on a pedestal since he was 16 years old. He's dominated and captivated the sport for 20 plus years, and he could be gone in the blink of an eye. And rather than reflect on it, it's like, LOL, swept, broom emoji. Jordan never would have. What are we doing? Why are we that toxic and poisoned that becomes the response?
Hi, Jim.
I know it's not new. Can I also join David in the stupidity of it all and acknowledging the ridiculousness of it all? It's not new, but it just bubbles to the surface again last night.
And I think that's what it did. For me, not liking LeBron, I did take a step back this is before his press conference. I took a step back and said, wow, okay, he is really good. I got to look past that tonight and just blame the others. It's not his fault. And then he goes on the press conference thinking about retirement. I didn't even think about that at all.
No.
But this is one of those things where, he's never going to get credit for people who hate him, no matter what. He could go out and win the next 5 titles, and they will still come up with something that, well, Jordan did this. But this is what sports fans do. I'm old enough to remember when it was Magic versus Bird and who was the better player, and then all of a sudden – they both leave and Jordan comes along and he was all by himself. And then all of a sudden, Kobe came along and then it was Jordan versus Kobe. And then LeBron kind of usurped Kobe. And here's where we are.
So a lot of ticket texters are saying Mahomes. We talked about it earlier. I think he's largely just super likable. Now, maybe we'll get sick of him.
No.
Like, that might be, if he plays in 10 Super Bowls, maybe we'll get sick of him.
You know what?
But I don't think there's the hate for him.
You want to know why we don't hate him? Because he's not his brother and he's not his wife. There, I said it. They're the ones that people hate. They're the ones. They get on everybody's nerves. It's not him. He's kind of the peacemaker, like, well, at least he's not his brother. So, you know what? That's fine. At least he can go out and throw touchdowns. At least he can do this. He can do that. He's not pouring champagne on the crowd saying, welcome to our rich party. Congratulations. I'll pour champagne down on you. Yeah, that ain't him. So you haven't got – but maybe if the Chiefs go to the next 3-4 Super Bowls and win them, we may reach that point where it's like, okay – enough's enough.
Because that's a big part of this is the fatigue factor. For as impressive as Brady and LeBron have been, for as great as they are, arguably the greatest that they've been, because some of the backlash is the fatigue.
Because when you look at what LeBron did, on multiple teams, he did get it done. And it's like, last night in the second quarter when he scored all those points, I told you, they're done. They're toast. The age is catching up to him, and he expended all of his energy early. I don't even know how many points he finished with in the second half.
I think he had 40 for the game, so he would only had 9 in the second half, 31 at the half.
So
struggling. There are some limits. I think he knew we're facing elimination. I'm going to give him everything I've got. And as he's rounding the corner, he looks back and all of his teammates are passed out, staggering.
And the other thing is, he probably may have to swallow his pride and realize I may have to be the Robin on the next team.
I think he can still be the best player on a title team.
Not if you have AD.
Well, that's going to be the
No,
thing.
but I'm saying he may have to go to a team that already has a star, kind of what he did with Miami when they had Wade.
Mm-hmm.
And now there's somebody else that I know is going to put in the work.
Well, David's got a name. We'll get to it in the NBA Fast Break. Let's go to Sam. You're on 97.1.
Gentlemen, good afternoon.
What's happening, Sam?
Not much. So I was waiting for somebody to bring up this LeBron thing, man. And I'm not a LeBron hater. I'm not rooting for him or anything like that. I know, like, from what I watched in basketball, where he fits in as far as history. My thing is, and Cookies, you're right. The whole, like last night and him getting swept and everything like that, this man's almost 40 years old. He put in 40 points. He's not the reason why they lost the series. But as far as the debate about Jordan or not, you're right. It usually it's just a fan thing, and fans are the only ones that talk about it. But didn't LeBron insert himself in that conversation and in that debate himself a couple years ago?
Sure, absolutely.
So I think that some of the slings and arrows that are shot his way are justified, at least from a fan point of view. Fans are only going to react to stuff. React to games, react to comments.
I'm not saying the debate needs to go away. It's just so ever present that it sucks all the oxygen out of the room when actual moments take place in real games. Right? I mean, that's the deal. If it's
go ahead.
a better, I don't know if I want to say a better time, but it just feels like immediately following one of his best performances in his career in the postseason, we're like, hey, guy's a bum. What are we doing?
Welcome to 2023.
I know. I don't have to like it.
Haters will sit outside your house, the locker room.
Silky Johnson's ready on social media.
Right, with everything you did wrong. Oh, by the way, look at this and look at that. And here's what LeBron would have done. Here's what Michael would have done. And it's like, yeah, but this is welcome to America.
I get it. All right, 4:50. Adam Schefter dropped a surprise cut today in the NFL. Connects some dots to the Lions. We'll get to it. NBA Fast Break is next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Capital Mortgage Funding, 1-800-LOW-RATE, the best mortgage banker. New this afternoon, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports the Lions have signed linebacker Jack Campbell to his rookie deal. Of course, that first-round pick gets a standard 4-year deal with a 5th-year option. The only players remaining that the Lions need to sign are Alabama running back Jahmyr Gibbs, tight end Sam Laporta, also from Iowa, and Alabama defensive back Brian Branch. The Tigers are looking for a series win tonight in Kansas City, and they'll send their ace to the mound to try and get that done. Eduardo Rodriguez will aim to bounce back from a rocky start against Pittsburgh last week, but despite that, his ERA still sits a tick over 2 in 9 starts this season. The last-place Royals will counter with Mike Myers. The Tigers entered the game in second place, just 2.5 games behind Minnesota. First pitch at 7:40, the pregame show at 7:15 right here on 97.1. I'm Luke Sloan, more at 5 o'clock or at 971theticket.com.
Rico, earlier today, Adam Schefter tweeted out a surprise cut in the NFL. Want to know if there's any interest among Lions fans? And then we'll get to more of a headline or a bigger name at 5 o'clock. Rico, talking about a kicker.
Yep.
Brandon McManus was informed by the Broncos that he will be cut. He's kicked for the team since 2014. He is being released. First of all, how big of a need is kicker for the Lions, and do you have any interest?
On a scale of 1 to 10, I think you're probably looking at about a 9 or a 10.
Okay. Sell me on it, because I'm more skeptical.
Here's why. You're a team that just missed out on the playoffs. You're a team that's favored to win the NFC North. You know what that means? That means that every time you come down, you have to score points. If you have a reliable field goal kicker, it gives you more confidence of knowing, you know what, worst case scenario, we'll come and walk away with 3 points. Or we'll get the extra point when we need it. This is the guy who's been kicking for a while. Yes. I don't even know who the Lions kicker is right now.
It's the Money Badger, Michael Badgley.
Okay. It's time to upgrade that.
It's a position they can upgrade. I don't think McManus is a clear-cut upgrade. That would be my pushback. McManus is coming off a year where he made 77% of his kicks, bottom 5 in the league. He's been steady from anything inside of 50, but when you start asking him to kick field goals longer than 50, it's a coin flip.
Yeah, what is one thing he has to deal with in Denver?
And he has the altitude, which helps him kick further field goals.
But there's also wind. The Lions
have none.
Have 12 games in a dome this year.
Okay.
You need the points. So I'm saying I do think it's an upgrade. It's the little things. If you're Detroit, because you're not Kansas City, because you're not Buffalo, you got to do all the little tiny things that nobody else thinks about.
Oh, it matters.
You got to do it well. So I do think that you need to upgrade in a kicker. And if not him, then you wait for another guy to be released. But, yeah, I didn't realize it was 12 games, but you're in a dome. And, yeah, this is something that I think you definitely need if you're ready to take that step. Occasionally, you got to stop nickel and diming this.
Okay, but my point is Badgley was more accurate than him a year ago, and the one thing they could use is someone who can more reliably hit from 50. McManus isn't that guy. Last 5 years, he's 29 for 51. It's 56% of the kicks he makes over 50 yards, and that's with the altitude-aided conditions in Denver. So I'm not against scanning and scouring and looking for a kicker because you're right, Rico, a team that is considering winning anything of consequence, whether that's a division, a playoff game, multiple playoff games, you know what's going to happen is you're going to find yourself in a one-possession game, and it's going to matter if you missed a field goal earlier in the game or if you need to make one late to win it.
Right.
How big was who was the Bengal kicker a couple years ago when they made the Super Bowl? McPherson? Guy comes out of nowhere as a rookie. And he was great.
I mean, people laughed at me. I kept saying I wanted the Lions to draft a certain kicker. And folks thought I was making fun of him, and I wasn't. He ended up on a pretty good team, I heard.
Yeah, but if that team doesn't have a quarterback, then
doesn't matter. They didn't have a quarterback last year and made it to the NFC Championship.
You know what's going to be crazy? When they find a way to make Sam Darnold a decent quarterback.
Sam Darnold's going to look great in week 1, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. 4 touchdowns.
Yeah, no, not against my Steelers defense.
Is that a week 1 matchup?
Yeah, it is.
I didn't even realize that.
It is.
Oh, this is a great
Or,
subplot
you know
to
what?
the NFL season.
Maybe 2 touchdowns, but they also get a couple pick sixes.
I'm just saying, it's a QB-friendly system.
Kenny Pickett's out there like JJ. Here you go. Here you go. Go ahead, take that back to the house.
But, like, how big a need is this? Because there was whisper about the draft, and should they consider one of the kickers out of the Big Ten? There were 3 of them, right? Michigan, Ohio State, Maryland all had good kickers. The Lions didn't.
But see, once again, this goes back to what we said earlier.
Yeah.
The Lions don't think they have a problem. So I doubt if they address this.
But hold on. We are at the stage where they have cap space, even after they sign their rookies. They expect to win games. You should be looking to add pieces.
You should.
You should, whether that's a kicker, whether that's wide receiver, who we'll get to coming up at 5 o'clock here. I'd prefer Quinnen Williams, but that feels like a pipe dream. So where are the areas this team can still upgrade? McManus is going to be a name that gets kicked around, I'm sure, at least by Lions fans, and they'll at least consider it internally because of his track record. But I think they've got a position they can upgrade. I don't think McManus is one of them. One of the guys that would be an upgrade. All right, coming up next, we'll get to D-Hop. He's available. He's in the headlines. He's listed the criteria for the kind of team he'd want to play for. Do the Lions fit the criteria? Do you want him? And are the Lions a destination? It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield. The Tigers are looking for a series win tonight in Kansas City, and they'll send the race to the mound to try and get it done. Eduardo Rodriguez will aim to bounce back from a rocky start against Pittsburgh last week. Despite that, though, his ERA sits just a tick over 2 in 9 starts this season. The last-place Royals will counter with Mike Myers. The Tigers enter the game in second place, just 2.5 games behind Minnesota. First pitch at 7:40. The pregame show at 7:15 right here on 97.1. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports the Lions have signed linebacker Jack Campbell to his rookie deal. That's, of course, a standard 4-year deal with a 5th-year option. The only rookies the Lions need to sign that are left are running back Jahmyr Gibbs, tight end Sam Laporta, also from Iowa, and defensive back Brian Branch. NBA playoffs tonight. The Heat look to complete a sweep of the Celtics in Miami. Tip-off at 8:30. If the Heat do slam the door closed on the series tonight, they'll face the Nuggets in the finals. The basketball world buzzing this afternoon after LeBron told reporters that he'll consider retirement this offseason as well. And in the NHL playoffs, the Western Conference Finals move to the Lone Star State tonight. The Golden Knights have a 2-0 series lead on the Stars. Puck drop at 8 o'clock. In the East, the Panthers have a commanding 3-0 series lead on the Hurricanes. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Be careful out there. Supposed to yell 4. 97.1. Rico, I have a DeAndre Hopkins question for the Lions, and it's not really about DeAndre Hopkins. It's about the perception of the Lions and how attractive they are to people like DeAndre Hopkins. So I would consider bringing him to Detroit. I think they have a clear need at wide receiver 2. They're a contender. They expect to win their division and be in playoff games. I would absolutely consider DeAndre Hopkins. You might not. You might not want to bring him here. We can talk about it. We'll open up phone lines for it. But the bigger picture here is, are you the type of team that someone like DeAndre Hopkins would want to play for? And he was on podcast. Let me make sure I get the name right. I Am Athlete. It's with Brandon Marshall. And Hopkins talked about the criteria of the type of team he would want to play for, whether that's a trade or, if some people have speculated, he gets just outright cut.
Right.
This is what he would look for. Do the Lions match this criteria? Three things: stable management, a QB who loves the game, doesn't have to be great, and a great defense. Lions have stability.
Yes, they do.
Jared Goff, we don't need to duke it out and fight about this. He fits that criteria of someone who loves the game and doesn't have to be great. And I don't think their defense is a championship-level defense, but it's clearly improving.
What do we call improving?
The devil is in the details.
Right.
Well, they brought in 3 guys who I think are going to start in the secondary, including one from your football team. They drafted a linebacker who should play right away. And at the end of last year, they were playing as one of the better defenses in football. They're a young group, still have room to improve.
Right.
I think they're improving.
They're improving. Still can't stop the run.
Well, they stopped the run for the most part at the end of last year. Carolina, clearly the anomaly. They shut down some good run games in the final 2 months of the season.
I'm talking about when a team like Carolina or
Seattle early in the year. I know he comes back to that with you.
No, when they just said, you know what, we're going to run the ball, and we're going to run it, and then we're going to run it some more, they couldn't do anything. So that's all. Here's the thing. It doesn't matter. I would pass. I would pass on DeAndre Hopkins. I don't think his personality is what you need in this locker room.
What is wrong with his personality?
On the field, he makes plays. Personality-wise, I mean, there's a reason why Arizona's just flat out thinking about letting him go. Think about it. He's that good. You just don't just let somebody walk out the door. He, from what I've heard, just not a great people person. Let's just leave it at that.
Okay, so he was basically given away when he left Houston, right? Like everybody mocked Bill O'Brien, and they got very little in return.
And if he gets cut by Arizona,
They
they've
get
given him away again.
nothing in return.
So we got to start adding things together and say, maybe the Texans weren't a bunch of idiots.
Or, alternative theory, the Houston Texans are a trash fire organization who he left to go to Arizona, who was also a dumpster fire of an organization who fired their coach and their GM, and the player surveys was routinely ranked near the bottom with facilities and meals and the way they treat their players. Is it entirely on DeAndre Hopkins that he's been in two bad situations? No.
It's not cookies, but here's the thing. Like, I look at Devontae Adams. He's out in the Raiders. Clearly went out there to play with his boy. They got rid of his boy.
See what happened.
And then he comes out, and what he said in the media, I was like, you know what? I can respect that. He basically said, subtitles, I don't want to be here, but they came and talked to me. I'm going to trust the process. I'm going to see if they know what they're talking about because I love this game, and I'm not going to disrespect it, and I'm here. So I'm going to try to make the best of a bad situation. I don't think that you're going to get that. Hopkins is not that type of a person where if things start going bad, you don't have the voice in the locker room that I think can kind of sit him down and say, this is what we do here in Detroit. I think he would become that voice. And I think that he's going to demand a lot of passes being thrown to him. And that could, look, I know you don't have that second wide receiver, that third wide receiver, but I don't think that he's going to be the guy. And let's face it, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm starting to think like Brad Holmes, and Brad Holmes doesn't think he has a problem at wide receiver. So if that's the case, he could have easily drafted one. He took a tight end. He didn't really need a tight end because he had two guys that were serviceable.
They held it down last year.
He took a quarterback that can't play in the third round. You needed a wide receiver. That was the spot. That's somebody who could have played for you. 7th round, that tells you, you know what, and get a wide receiver too.
What am I missing then? Because I'm looking at this team and I see a lot of improvement. I see the work that Brad Holmes has done, but I also see a team that has one receiver in Amon-Ra St. Brown. You go down the depth chart, J-Mo suspended 6 weeks and has one career catch. Marvin Jones, I think, is a good player, but he's in the twilight years. He was wide receiver 4, the 4th target for Jacksonville a year ago. He's wide receiver 2 here. I know Josh Reynolds knows Jared Goff and they have a history, but that's not a wide receiver 2 on a team making noise in the postseason. So what am I missing? Khalif Raymond's a fun gadget player, and he'll be good on punt returns. They don't have a number 2 receiver. So maybe I just disagree with Brad Holmes that they're set at the position. They might not get DeAndre Hopkins, but tell me why it's at least not a conversation for a team that wants to win.
Because I think from what I've gathered, from what I've heard, you may already have a potential, and I say potential, head case receiver. A guy who's doing a lot of questionable things.
But that makes me more willing to attack. I need someone but I need someone in the room who can catch passes, because if I'm concerned about J-Mo in the slightest, then I can't bank on him after the first 6 weeks. I can't bank on him, so I do need to add a receiver.
I think it would disrupt everything that the Lions are doing. I think it'd be counterproductive.
It's not like he was so out of shape he couldn't finish his workouts.
No.
I mean, what's wrong with DeAndre Hopkins? He doesn't have like some speeding incident where a teammate lost his life.
No, you know what? You just have 2 teams who are willing to drag him out to the curb and say, free, pick it up, he's yours. What about that?
This situation in Arizona is somewhat fueled by his contract. Teams aren't willing to give up premium picks and foot the bill. If he gets cut, you get to work out your own deal with him.
All right, and think about that. Arizona, instead of saying, okay, we got to do whatever we can to keep this man here. All right, well, is he still here? Yeah, all right. Well, you know he's going to get cut. Texans, Hey, whatever you guys want, give us pennies on the dollar. We just want him the hell up out of here.
David Johnson, I think, was the return on that trade. Yeah, I get you.
So, yes. He did. He finished all the drills and he did all of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But
we like that.
He didn't have 2 NFL teams give up on him.
But is he a Dan Campbell guy? You love that phrase. 248-539-97. I'll break bread with you on this. The overuse of a Dan Campbell guy. Can we just say like high effort guys? Like who doesn't want high effort guys?
You know what a Dan Campbell guy is?
What?
Every guy in the NFL. Every coach wants the same thing that Dan Campbell wants.
But not how Dan wants it, you know? He's a Dan
He's
Campbell
a tough
football
guy.
player.
Yeah.
He's gutty and gritty.
Andy Reid, you know what? Give me a guy who just is late for meetings and drinks a lot. And, he just doesn't know the playbook. That's my kind of guy. Andy Reid's not going to say that. He wants a hardworking guy.
All right. See, I set him off. He doesn't like the Dan Campbell guys deal. 248-539-9797. This is a two-parter. First question, do you want Hopkins? Yes or no, and why? But bigger picture, do they fit the criteria? Are they an attractive team for Tier 1 or Tier 2 free agents, guys who get cut in the summertime, like potentially Hopkins? It's 97-1.
Experience the excitement of BetMGM Sportsbook and Lounge at MGM Grand Detroit with over 60 HD TVs, a VIP booth, plush lounge, high top seating, 33 self-serving betting kiosks located throughout the casino, and 6 betting windows. The BetMGM Sportsbooks and Lounge at the MGM Grand Casino is a sports lover's paradise. Actually got to hang out with the guy across from me, Cookies, last year doing a preseason show from down there. The lounge features a full bar including signature craft cocktails and a selection of local craft beers for you to enjoy during the wall-to-wall coverage of all the big games coming up soon. Now, you could also download the BetMGM app and have all the action at your fingertips at home or on the go. Get in the game and find out why BetMGM is the king of sportsbooks. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly and offer resources to help you make appropriate choices. Visit BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Got to be 21 years of age or older to wager. Michigan only. Got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Excludes Michigan disassociated persons.
David, where are the people at on this? It's a two-part question. DeAndre Hopkins, do you want him in Detroit? And I don't know if it's real or not, if we would even consider it. The bigger question is, are the Lions a destination for Hopkins-level players who may be cut over the summer? Hopkins listed his criteria. He said it's got to be a stable team, a team with a QB who loves to win and brings people along. Doesn't have to be great, but I need a defense that can win a championship. Give me a great defense. Do the Lions check boxes? Are they an attractive destination? In other words, all this hype that we've been feeling, does it actually translate to something in the eyes of fellow players in the league? David, what do the ticket texts say?
And I'm going to answer your second question. I don't think that the Lions are ready for the tier one type of guys, the free agents who are out there, because those guys are looking for teams that can win it all right now.
Teams that are on the doorstep.
We were just talking about Hargrave leaving the Eagles to go to the Niners because he thinks, okay, I could be that piece. I could win a ring.
So in other words, teams that are like in the top 5 or 6 in the sport are where guys like Hopkins are going to want to go and Hargraves are going to want to go.
Right.
The Lions are probably 10 to 12.
Lions will probably they will attract guys who are clearly on the downside of their career, who want that one last. I mean, not trying to be funny, but like a Zeke Elliott. I got one more go round, and the Lions are willing to give me an opportunity.
Right. They don't need Zeke, but the kind of guy like
that
Zeke.
kind of guy.
Sure.
Or just somebody who's, an up-and-coming type of piece that, like, you know what, I was a third-string person on this team. I can come to the Lions and maybe start. That's where you're going to go because in order to attract the top free agents, you have to consistently win in the playoffs.
These are the quarterbacks Hopkins said he most wants to play with. Number 1, Josh Allen, who he compared to like a new-aged Andrew Luck. He said number 2 is Jalen Hurts. They already have 2 stud receivers. Patrick Mahomes, who notably does not have a number 1 right now. Lamar Jackson, who they've added weapons, but
he doesn't have that number 1.
I don't think so either. And Justin Herbert is number 5 on his top 5. They've got Keenan Allen, Mike Williams, and they just drafted Quentin Johnston. But those are the guys he would most want to play with.
Huh?
Not Burrow. No. Also not Goff.
That's, you know what? That's the disrespect right there.
The way some people in this fan base talk about Goff, I think they assumed he'd be on the list.
What about Kenny Pickett?
Yeah, David, what about Kenny Pickett?
We have our receivers, so we're good.
What do the ticket texters say?
The only team that fits his criteria, the Eagles or the 49ers. Buffalo, maybe. Most front offices are a clown car. No to Hopkins because he's been injured the last 2 years. Pattern. Not dependable. Lions are a run-first team, and Gibbs is their number 2 receiver. No on Hopkins again. Drug suspension, constantly mouthing off to media about his own teams. Play is declining. Nothing ever his fault.
He's a 3-time All-Pro. Last year, he was pacing for more than 1,000 yards. He had like 700 yards in 10 games. The guy can clearly still play football.
And I'm going to say
he's
this.
Not washed up.
Jim, I'll say this. About a month ago, maybe you would have had me say, maybe we kick the tires on this.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you already have a problem with Jameson and the things that he's been doing outside of the facilities that I don't think you could afford to have 2 types of wide receivers.
You can't take a gamble?
Yeah.
He didn't get it. I had to
I got it. Okay. But yeah. But no, I think that it leads to, we already have a potential problem that we're going to have to deal with. DeAndre Hopkins come in here. He's going to demand the ball. And I don't think there's anybody in the locker room that's going to pull him aside and say, hey, keep that to yourself. Okay. We're trying to win here as a team. He's trying to go out there and get as many stats as he can to get into the Hall of Fame.
What I don't get is this idea that they're going to have Gibbs be the number 2 receiver. He's a running back. You will use him as more than a running back, but he's a running back. You do need someone lining up on the outside who can win one-on-one. You can use Gibbs creatively. I hope they do. I expect that they will, but that's not a number 2 receiver.
See, I think that texter named the wrong rookie.
Laporta.
It's Sam Laporta that I would maybe consider being the number 2.
I like Laporta, but rookie tight ends right out of the gate for a team trying to win something?
I don't believe it's going to happen right off the rip. But I do think that eventually, maybe towards the end of the season into next year, I think fans are.
I think fans are
much
really
of this give stuff.
I think really overhyping Laporta because rookie tight ends normally don't come in.
No, you're right.
And do something.
I'm not expecting it week 1, maybe not even week 6, maybe week 15, where he's the number 2 type guy.
David, if I put the over/under on 20 catches this season, I'd probably go under.
Okay.
I don't think he's going to be the person that everybody thinks he's going to be. But once again, the reason I'm thinking like Brad Holmes, he didn't think that they needed a wide receiver. He had many opportunities. When you took Laporta, you had a high second. There were wide receivers out there. You had Hyatt from Tennessee. He was still on the board. He could have been your number 1 guy. Pass. You took his quarterback who can't play this year in the 3rd round. They kept passing on wide receivers like they kept passing on defensive line players. It tells me that they believe we're good. Trust us, Lions fans. So, you know what? Show me what you got.
But can I also say this, too? Because I'm questioning some things when it comes to DeAndre Hopkins. I don't think it'll be a good fit here. But 2 months ago, he was talking trade. A month ago, after the draft, he said, "No, I'm here. What are you talking about? I never said anything like that." And now he's not showing up for OTAs and talking about trade again. Which is it? And that will be my concern if you're a Lions fan saying you want him because, okay, is he going to halfway through the season say, you know what, trade me at the deadline now?
You think he's a grass is always greener guy.
If he was on the team last year when this team was 1-6, he would have been outside waiting for his ride to come pick him up and take him to the airport. That's the type of person. It'd be great for us, for radio, gold. But as far as this team, as young as it is, and if Dan Campbell was a coach that maybe had been around for 10 years, maybe he could walk in here and be like, no. But everybody's young. Everybody's new, including the owner. She's new to this. This is not the type of person that you need to bring in for an up-and-coming team.
We talk about the culture being improved and being different. Rico, maybe the answer is you need Penei Sewell to hit that second contract and St. Brown to hit that second contract and them to be feisty, paid veterans, and then you'd feel better about a guy like Hopkins? Is it just too much too soon for the Lions?
It is, but you know what? Let's face it. Your leaders, and maybe it's just being stereotypical, you either want a quarterback, a linebacker, or a safety. Those are the positions that when they say something on a lot of teams, stuff gets done.
So Jack Campbell a couple years from now.
Maybe.
That's what you drafted him to be.
Maybe it's Rodrigo. He's got a year on Jack Campbell. But it's those types of positions. Like, it'd be great if it was the QB.
Rico, that just might be the answer. Like, I want him. The answer might be they're not there yet as a destination, and they're not there yet to take on certain individuals. Maybe that's the answer. I happen to think if you are a team that we expect to win double-digit games, right? The Vegas number is over 9.5. They're the division favorite. That means a home playoff game. If you're in a home playoff game, don't you want to have all of your resources allocated to try to win that playoff game? You can't be half wet. You can't go, we're still kind of rebuilding, though. If you draft a running back in the first round, you've said F the rebuild.
Right,
we don't care about long term. You got a guy who's 31 who's an immediate upgrade on your football team. You have the capital to spend. If the answer is you're not pretty enough, you can't get the date, then okay. But I at least think you send the message, you slide in the DMs, you make it happen.
But I think at this point, they think that, you know what? J-Mo will be back in week 6. We can tread water. We'll find something. We're okay. We'll make this happen. I'm with you. No, I know the over-under's 9.5. I know you and Mike and everybody has this home playoff game. I'm not there. I just want to let you know.
Hater.
Yes, I am. I think it's going to be a little different for them this year. I don't think that they're going to sneak up on people. I think that people are going to take them seriously. And when teams take them seriously, the results are a little different. Now, when teams overlook them, the Lions come out there and they'll beat the crap out of you. But I do think it's going to be a little, that now everybody's hearing how great they're going to be, that they're going to be one of those red letter games that people are going to circle and say, oh, you know what? We better be ready for Detroit. So we'll see. The Kansas City game will show us a lot. But I think they have enough when J-Mo comes back. We have weapons. We got Reynolds. We got a lot of different people.
But I just want you can believe that, but I want someone listening to be honest. If you're like, they're going to be fine when J-Mo's back, are you also someone who's like, I don't know how I feel about J-Mo? Because if you are, be very careful how much you're expecting of the guy. I think if you take a guy in the first round and he's healthy, he should be contributing and he should be a splash player. But I think we all have some reservations about J-Mo given how he's conducted himself. So be very careful just penning him in week 7 and going, this guy's going to hit the ground running. This guy's going to be a number 2 immediately in this offense. No hiccups, no headaches. We have no margin for error if I'm looking at this football team with the aspirations they have.
And I think he would have to play. The Lions would have to make it to a playoff game, and he plays and he doesn't get hurt for the rest of the season, just for him to play an entire NFL season in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Because of injury and because of suspension. So we have to wait and see. But they're not worried. They're not panicked. And because of that, I see what you're saying. And on paper, on the field, Hopkins is a beast. He's not washed up. This guy can make plays. Personality-wise, I don't think it's a fit here in Detroit.
I think what's most likely is, for as much as I would call and try to bring him in, he ends up in Kansas City or Buffalo. Let's get to Drew in Roseville. Drew, you're on 97.1.
Drew,
talk to us, buddy. All righty. We gave you a shot. Fast-paced radio. We were up against it anyway. Wanted to make a second for Drew. That's what we get. That's on me. Coming up next, I'm sure Roberto can only drag us deeper into the muck. He's coming up next with the Memorial Day grilling essentials as we close in on Memorial Day weekend. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. The Tigers are looking for a series win tonight in Kansas City, and they'll send their ace to the mound to try and get that done. Eduardo Rodriguez will aim to bounce back from a rocky start against Pittsburgh last week. Despite that, though, his ERA still sits just a tick over 2 in 9 starts this season. The last-place Royals will counter with Mike Myers. The Tigers enter the game in second place, just 2.5 games behind Minnesota. First pitch at 7:40. The pregame show at 7:15 right here on 97.1. NBA playoffs tonight. The Heat look to complete a sweep of the Celtics in Miami. Tip-off at 8:30. If the Heat do slam the door closed on the series tonight, they'll face the Nuggets in the finals. And in the NHL, the Western Conference Finals move to the Lone Star State tonight. The Golden Knights have a 2-0 series lead on the Stars. Puck drop at 8. In the East, the Panthers have a commanding 3-0 series lead on the Hurricanes. I'm Luke Sloan. More at 6 o'clock or at 971theticket.com.
Sorry, we got caught up out there. You know how Jeff likes to talk. We'll get to Rieger and Wojo. They're coming up in a couple minutes. David, the ticket text, how do people feel about their beverages, as Roberto would say?
Read a couple Lions texts. Someone says, the Lions can win it all. They are a Tier 1 team. Okay. The problem with D-Hop, he needs a coach who outranks him, like a Sean Payton in Denver. Ben Johnson loves calling.
I want to know how the Lions are a T1 team.
That's
they
what
didn't
they
say,
believe.
They just, okay.
They believe they're a Tier 1 team.
I don't think they're there yet. I think they're on their way.
I don't think they know what a Tier 1 team is, but continue.
Under 20 catches, only way that happens is if he gets hurt. He'll have 20 catches in 6 weeks.
If all of these people are, okay. So if Gibbs is going to be that guy and St. Brown is going to be that guy and J-Mo's going to – okay. I guess the Lions turn to a 7-on-7 team.
Just for some context, Hawkinson, who is a first-round pick who we don't think was special, right? 32 catches his first year.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to be as low as you said, but it's not some crazy out-of-line comment.
D-Hop would be a perfect fit for Rico and I's Niners. # faithful to the Bay. Jeff and Yaktown.
So that's the real motive behind all this.
No, it's, we're just a struggling up-and-coming team.
Okay. Rieger and Wojo.
We'll beat the Steelers, though.
Oh, there you go. He's throwing a flag.
We'll beat the Steelers.
The Week 1 matchup we're all waiting for.
Oh, wait, where is it? Kenny Pickett and the tiny little hands.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
So did you guys solve anything for us today? Fix any issues?
No, house divided. Can we get his mic? You want to turn your mic on?
Thursday. So did you guys solve any issues today? Fix any problems?
Yeah,
there we go again.
we found the on-off buttons on the microphones.
Yeah, all right. I'm sorry.
I heard you guys. Yeah, you guys were good. But I kept
could
yelling
reach
in my
it.
car. I love the LeBron topic, but maybe I didn't understand it because I kept yelling in my car, Patrick Mahomes! Mahomes!
No, we
and then I listened that he's got to be kind of hated.
Well, the idea is Brady and LeBron have strong reactions, both love and hate, and there's a fatigue factor, and they've been around forever. Who replaces those guys?
Right, and that's just it. You have to.
So they got to be
hate them.
polarizing.
Polarizing and around
and
forever.
Great. Yes.
And great. Yeah.
Yes, and kind of hated.
Wait, LeBron is out of the playoffs again? Wow, without a title? So Jordan is still number 1? Is that what we're saying?
Here we go.
Rieger, you want to debate that?
Has anybody ever done that?
No, I don't think so. I heard the midday show debating Carmelo Anthony. If he would have joined the Pistons,
They would have won at least one more.
No, you know
2003?
what? Yeah. But by the end, LeBron was a sympathetic figure. I mean, an older guy just carrying this lame-ass
Or 40
team
yesterday. I don't actually get the LeBron hate. I got to be
Wojo,
honest.
do you relate to that as a 6 to 8 show?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hello.
Well, he's the guy carrying
Rieger's
me?
D'Angelo
I mean,
Russell to me, for God's sake. Or I'm not going to let you be the Reeves kid. 'cause he's
Tristan
pretty
Thompson.
good.
Well, I like Reeves. He didn't want
No.
to come here, though.
No, that's true. But
Can
yeah,
I be AD?
No,
I like
well,
him.
he's lame too.
Like, I kind of feel I'm kind of like him. Every other show is good for me.
There you go.
Yes.
Right.
Which
But
means
I was
every
glad
other
to
show
see
really
that
is awful
end.
for me.
But because it is tiresome. And I know it's laborious for LeBron now at his age and surrounded by some lame players, but some good players. But he labored emphatically. Everything was the foul should have been called. Everything is
Because
drama.
he needs every call, Woj. He
need every ounce of everything.
Right. He needed every drop last night, and he almost got it. And
Did you hear our show yesterday? We had, and I know we don't do a ton of guests, but we had a guest actually come in studio.
We did?
A Wojo dumbass.
Damas.
Yeah. This man across from me guaranteed that the Lakers were going to lose. So I put everything I had on it. I'm like, I'm going to trust Wojo.
He did. He put a lot on it.
They were down
actually.
15 at the half. The Nuggets were.
You know
and I'm
what,
like,
Woj?
God, Wojo.
Here was
come
the
on.
thing. The value, Mr. Value, at halftime when the Lakers
what
were
was
up
that?
15.
What was it?
Oh, I wish I'd done that.
I couldn't rush to the phone.
What was it?
So what was it? Like plus 400?
More than that?
No,
probably.
it was.
Yeah.
I think it was like 460, 470.
That's weird that a team on the brink in the NBA playoffs just capitulates in the
Right.
second half.
You know what's
You
interesting?
don't normally see that at all.
Like it's like
I know they came down the stretch and had a shot, but still.
It's like the bookmakers just said, okay, we get it, because the Heat are actually favored in a closeout game today.
Mm-hmm.
And so are the
Finally.
Panthers, I believe.
As they should be. Now, how bad are the Celtics going to lay down tonight? I think they probably won't completely lay down.
Wait, are
It's
they
on the
still
road,
playing?
though.
Yeah, I
If
know.
if things go
this-
poorly, they'll snowball.
This will be bad.
Oh, come on. They have to have a little pride.
They are gonna
I think it's going to be close.
They aren't going to let the little Joe coach go home with them, are they? What's his name? Joe, the little Joe guy who's their coach?
Missoula?
Yeah. They're not going to let him go back home after the
No,
game, are they?
probably not. They just extended him in February. Fun times
I
in
know.
Boston.
I know.
He's gonna be like, okay, sure, cut the check.
Yeah.
Who should be more angry?
CTC.
Boston fans, because they got two teams that could have won it all, the Bruins and the Celtics, and both are not going to win it all.
Right.
Or Detroit fans, we just have no teams.
Or Florida fans who luck out and have two championship teams.
And don't forget, they had Miami in the national title game.
And don't
I
forget,
forgot about that.
they
Oh,
got
you're
the
right,
Tampa
Jim
Bay
Larinaga.
Rays with the best record in the league.
Yeah, but that's not really Miami.
They don't deserve any of that.
I know.
They have beautiful weather. They
Wait,
don't support their
even
teams
had,
like we do.
They even had FIU in the tournament doing well.
FAU, yeah.
Where are they
FAU,
from?
yeah.
I know
Boca
Florida,
Raton,
but-
basically
Yeah.
Miami, Fort Lauderdale.
Boca Raton?
Yeah, Boca Raton.
They're living large down there.
I forgot that the Hurricanes were in the title game.
They were.
I totally forgot that. I'm like, hello. So yeah, we're going to talk. Oh, and Rieger has a great little comment from one C.J. Stroud, thus proving once again what I've always said about Ohio State quarterbacks.
Rieger and Wojo. Stay tuned. 97.1.
Mm-hmm.